There we go. You see the site is substantially paved. There's the entrance to the eastbound platform, which are north. The old green building in the back has been raised recently. So I do not trash. How do I get out of it? Here? Okay. In addition to that, I just had a nice border shot that I can hold up. Why is it doing that? Kind of give you an outline of the property. The property is 2.29 acres with 600 lineal feet of property parallel with the eastbound platform of the Milford train station. The former funeral home building will remain substantially intact, with the first floor converted to office space. The second floor has 2 apartments currently, which will remain and be remodeled. This building has historic significance and will be treated in that regard. However, it's important to note that this property is not in an historic district and is not subject to any historic preservation laws. That being said, we have chosen to save the building and work to preserve its configuration, detail, and finish as reasonably as possible. The small building to the east, you can see it kind of on the blue line, there's a little building there, will also remain in its current configuration with minor repairs and repainting. The green building to the rear has been raised, and the 2-car garage you see on the border there with the restaurant will be demolished as well. We are proposing to construct a monument to Simon Lake located in front of the building with walks from Broad Street to view the plaque. We will reach out to the Historic Commission for their input regarding the messages they would like to send if they're willing to help us. Mr. Chairman, the project we are presenting tonight with its proximity to the train station becomes a true transit-oriented development. The plan of conservation and development repeatedly speaks to this. There are many references to TOD throughout the document. Additionally, every major planning agency continues to encourage TOD. The state provides grants to support TOD. Milford is so fortunate to have many opportunities to move this planning goal forward. Please note this project is financed with entirely private funding. We are proud to be able to present this project to you. Let me introduce John Wicko to take you through the plans.
Good evening, everyone. Let's go over to the architectural. Thanks, Bob. Okay. Good evening, John Wicko, architect for the project. Bob did a good introduction overview. I'll get right into the more specifics about the site. The development is first floor non-residential. We have 11,170 square feet of commercial space, which is 27.2% of the total first floor space. We also have 1,600 square feet of residential private fitness center that's part of the development, with 77 dwelling units that are above that first floor commercial and parking, which is garaged, a good portion of it. The project meets and exceeds all the zoning standards for the permitted use. And one thing I want to make note, we are asking for a phasing of the project. Buildings for construction. Sorry?
You don't need to do that.
Okay. It looks like we're not going to be phasing anymore, which is a good thing. we're looking at the landscape plan. Building 1 is that little building in the front, which is existing to remain. Number 2 is a funeral home. That's existing to remain, as Bob said, with the modifications and improvements to it, keeping the historic character of it. The other buildings, which are behind the fabric of Broad Street, which is remaining with the buildings and respecting the buildings to the left and right. Building 3, 4, and 5 is the new development, which we're proposing. Access to the site is by 2 existing curb cuts on Broad Street and High Street by way of a 25-foot driveway easement. As you, this curb cut to the southwest is removed in favor of the ginkgo tree, which we provided some more ground and open space, which the tree commission helped us with to keep that tree there. We are proposing more street trees at the front as well. The other entrance is here where my arrow is, and that is an existing curb cut, which will get improved to meet the city standards. And the third, as I said, was here on High Street, which uses that right away. This goes back and services building number 3, provides parking for the offices that are here in the Diamond Lake building. This driveway goes through and services parking entrances to under building number 4, and has access to the entrance exit back here. And it also, off of that, are 2 entrances to the parking garage under building 5 and this open lot, which is adjacent to High Street. Another major component of the site is our plaza, which is the central area for the commercial activity, and also houses a clock tower, which is an architectural feature we designed to house one of the monuments for the Simon Lake Mansion, which is the old funeral home. And the other monument is located up off of Broad Street, which pays homage to the Simon Lake studio, where he did at-home work when he was here at his house. On SP3, we show, I'm not going to go through all the drawings, but I'll just describe SP3 as the site parking plan, which shows the parking that you do see that's not under the buildings, and then the other, as I mentioned, are under these 3 buildings, 3, 4, and 5. The parking meets the use and the user demands. In the file, I believe there's a letter from our traffic engineer that describes those numbers much better than I could do it. Landscape plan, which we're looking at. Quickly, we use Matt Pop. He's an excellent landscape architect and understands urban development very well. He's done an excellent job with extensive designs with various trees, shrubs, lawn areas, the plaza, and street trees. If you have questions on that, I can certainly go over it with you, but you know, it's, if you have the PDF, you can zoom in and see all the quantities and how nicely this pedestrian walkway is established. We have a fly-through rendering that you can see what happens there. It's a very nice space to walk through. Foundation plantings, more street trees. The extensively landscaped site. Speaking to the lighting plan, which is SL1, we're using a traditional coach type light on poles throughout the site, which is highly designed with various different patterns to respect our buildings, and also the requirement of the 0.5 light trespass. SL2 and 3, we have all the cut sheets and pictures. You can go through there and get a good feel of what the quality and of the lights that we're using are.
You can scroll.
Yeah, so this is a bird's eye view, which might be a good place to start with talking about the buildings. You can clearly see our two existing buildings that are remaining. I rendered in white, and then the other adjoining buildings to either side, keeping the fabric of the front with our development towards the rear, and keeping with the scale of the surrounding buildings, with the exception of this one-story building there. The overall design and character of our new buildings is a traditional coastal style with the nautical harbor town feel. The detailing materials and finishes really develop a inviting pedestrian feel to the development as you walk through. The materials that we're using in the three buildings, we typically have the ground floor, which is commercial, and the parking. We've rendered in a durable material. This building 5 has a painted brick. Building 4 is an embossed stone that's rendered in a gray to match the color scheme throughout the complex, gray and white. And building 3 has a painted brick also at the lower level. The upper 2 floors are residential, and we're using traditional siding type materials like clapboard with varied exposures. We're employing wood shingles here on building 3, reminiscent of the lab. Painted trims, panel trims, which are obvious in this rendering here. They're typically white, and also a variety of different casing trims and shutters and just a good mix of and variety of architectural embellishments. Yeah, so building 1, as we described, is the existing commercial building, which will remain the same. I think we're going to do some improvements on the inside, but basically it remains the same. Building 2, the funeral home. We are removing some of the attachments through the years for the funeral home, like the porte cochere. Yeah, those are not the original building. We're removing this extension to make that work. The original building is from here to there, and then in later years was added on to. Still in the same style, so we are keeping this intact. But again, there's a porte cochere on this side, which we are removing. And in the rear, we're taking off, there's a third, believe it or not, a porte cochere, and we are removing that, but creating the first floor commercial entrance in that location, and also providing handicap access via a lift to have minimal impact on the site. Building 3 is, we got the funeral home plans, which the first floor will be renovated with improvements to egress and egress stairs, and also the handicap lift that is in the back. We're removing a ramp, a rather awkward ramp up in the front, which is the old handicap accessibility point. Second floor is a gorgeous 3-bedroom apartment with a roof terrace, and then another small 1-bedroom apartment. Building 3, I'll move on to. Shows the fitness center, commercial property, and some underground parking with storage units and a covered patio area, we're calling it, for open recreation for the tenants to use for that purpose. The building is not served only by this. It has also at-grade parking. Let's see, in the elevations, show us the shingles, the painted brick, One feature on this building between the two gabled ends is the sawtooth roof line, which was a feature on the lab that we are using in a rather dramatic way for the residential units. Each one of these living areas goes up to a vaulted roof that has some roof windows that creates a rather spectacular living environment for the occupants. Elevations, front, back, and a little larger one that you can blow up and look more closely for some of those details that I talked about before. And this rendering is from the corner of the left side driveway, looking back towards the west, showing the commercial spaces and the residential above. And this is building number 4, which shows commercial space, a mechanical elevator, pretty much typical for all the buildings, with the parking underneath this building as well. Elevation-wise, we rendered the base with the embossed stone. We're using a period storefront detailing for the commercial area. The theme that you'll see throughout is projections with the nautical town feel of panels and trims in the gables and on the bays. Shutters and accent points throughout this and other buildings. And this is the plaza elevation, which scales and complements the mansion across the plaza with the entrance to the commercial area there. And the rendering showing that slightly above eye view, showing the plaza, and that's building 3, building 4, and then you can see building 5. So it really creates a village feel that we're trying to get in a pedestrian active development that can bring people from the green over to the train station and back and forth back to home. Building 5, again, more of the same. Residential lobby, elevator, commercial, parking, all that kind of stuff. And elevations, this building is kind of unique. It has 3 different fronts. So we had to kind of break the massing down in a way that it represents each view, if you will. Where this view is from the plaza, the rotunda is designed to kind of attract your eye and bring you in from Broad Street from this side. And this is the view from the plaza. And there's a covered entrance that leads you into the residential entrance. This is you walking under the building, basically with some fine detailing above it. This is painted brick. And then for the corner, which is opposite building 4, and it fronts becomes the front for the train platform. We've lowered the roof line, added some dormers, used some cut limestone detailing. You notice that one other feature that we're kind of threading through the development are the ironwork in the parking garages. So it adds a nice level of sophistication and detail. Let's see, where's High Street? Okay, I'm going to zoom over to here first. Okay, so this is the train side where it wraps around the corner. And then these units above here are some dramatic residential units with vaulted spaces up in this double height area. The first floor, we have tall ceilings also. So these are true luxury apartments. And then the High Street, this gable, as it turns, it becomes the front corner to High Street. And well, I'm getting lost in my own drawings. Seriously. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4.
left side elevation project, right, John?
There's columns. Well,
Yeah, Olivia, Olivia.
I can't see the columns from this distance. Sorry about that. So this is the High Street elevation, which is really from here to there, with back to that rotunda, which is the
Sorry,
park.
Ron? No. You what? Just listen.
It's a very dramatic building and finely detailed. This is the front, if you will, and from the Broad Street side with a larger scale. And this probably says a lot more than I could have just by looking at this picture. Sorry about that. But this is coming on the right side driveway, and you can see the beautiful architecture that welcomes you as you're coming in. You also notice the train platform and the stairs that are in the background. So it's going to be a very active pedestrian way. And then the clock tower, which is in the center of that plaza, becomes a focal point in the building entrances, as we said before. We designed it with a stone base and mailboxes. It's 19 feet tall with a clock on all four sides. So you can never forget what time it is as you're walking around. The base also has a plaque for the Simon Lake mansion, and the person where the monument in the front we feel is going to be for the lab. That ends with this beautiful shot of the plaza, and you get a feel for what it's like being inside in that area. And that runs through the buildings. I think certainly answer any questions, but it gives you a good overview of what we're trying to do and the feeling that we're trying to create with the layout and also the buildings and materials.
Ron.
Okay, I'm going to turn the mouse over to Ron Mossmer.
Sure.
And,
Yeah, come over here.
oh, okay. And thank you for your attention.
Good evening, Ronald Wagner, professional engineer, land surveyor, Milford, Connecticut. My role in this project was to prepare the existing condition surveys, to design the grading and drainage plans. This is the existing condition survey. This is the grading and drainage plans. We did also design the utilities, the sedimentation and erosion control design and plans. I assisted somewhat with the site planning. I also reviewed, as part of the site plan application, the City of Milford Natural Resource Inventory. Upon completion of the design plans, I spoke with the city engineer, the fire marshal, the police department, traffic commission, the wetland enforcement officer. Each of these departments or commissions has provided their favorable review to the Planning and Zoning Commission. In particular, I want to mention that the design was revised to preserve the large ginkgo tree to the southwest corner of the parcel. I met with a member of the Tree Commission to review the revised plans, and gratitude was expressed to me for the revised design to preserve this tree. In summary, the development will connect to municipal sanitary sewer, public water, on-site drainage is provided. The proposed drainage system is a significant improvement over the current drainage system. The site is level and there's no significant grading that is required. Handicapped access is provided. Sedimentation and erosion control plan is also provided as part of your site plan requirements. So this is the utility plan. Again, not to be redundant, we're connecting to the municipal sewer and water. The sedimentation and erosion control plan. Relatively straightforward. There's no anticipation of any erosion. Again, the site is flat. It's well-drained soil. And right now, the majority of the site is paved. So as we commence our work, there'll be a minimal need for disturbance of the site. That was a survey. This is a lighting plan. This was prepared with John Wicko and the lighting consultants. This demonstrates that we conform to the lighting requirements, as John had mentioned in his presentation. These are the lighting details. And that's it. I'm just going to briefly review the Appendix C in regards to the City of Milford natural resource listed in Appendix C of the zoning regulation. The current parcel is fully developed as buildings and parking areas. A summary of the natural resources is as follows. Topography, the site is flat and does not contain any scenic vistas. Bedrock geology, the site does not contain any unique geological formations. The site does not contain ledge. Surface geology, the site has good drainage characteristics. Groundwater, the site does not contain high groundwater. Runoff is reintroduced to the groundwater as recommended by the Connecticut DEP. Inland wetlands, the site does not contain inland wetlands. Aquifer, the site is not part of a groundwater water supply. Prime farmland, the site does not contain any prime farmland. Drainage basin and watershed. The parcel is considered part of the Weppawag watershed basin. A drainage system is proposed in accordance with the Connecticut DEP requirements as well as the City of Milford guidelines. Additional natural resources in Milford are rivers, brooks, ponds, and forests. None of these resources are contained within or near this parcel. And the last resource in the inventory is recreation areas, and this parcel is not used as a recreation area. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just show a kind of a video that brings it all together, if that would be of interest.
Yeah, down.
I can't hear it.
Hello, hello.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, if, we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. David, if you would just review your administrative summary for us first, and then we'll open up questions to the board.
Sure. The proposal includes constructing and renovating 5 buildings. Building number 1 at 125 Broad Street is existing retail to remain retail. Building number 2, 135 Broad Street, existing mixed-use building with office and 2 dwelling units to remain the same mixed use. Building 3, mixed-use retail office with 22 dwellings. Building 4, mixed-use retail office with 22 dwellings. Building 5, mixed-use retail office with 31 dwellings. The total commercial space totals 11,170.06 square feet. The total dwelling units are 77 with 1,622.15 square feet of fitness center. The total building size of all the buildings together are 90,543.05 square feet. The total percentage of commercial space is 12.4%. The total percentage of residential space is 87.6%. It is noted that the term commercial space includes uses described under the Milford zoning regulations sections 321.1.1 through 321.16. The amount of parking required is 154 spaces based on 77 dwelling units, a combination of 1, 2, 3 bedrooms units, which in total require 109 spaces. 11,170 square feet of commercial space, which requires 45 spaces. 5 handicap parking spaces are provided per section 5.1.10.2. The site plan shows parking provided on site as 120 spaces with the balance of 34 of the 154 proposed spaces to be shared. The final parking requirements will be determined by the Planning and Zoning Board for sections 5.14 and 3.21.3.5. The scope of the review for compliance with the Milford zoning regulations is shown on the plan review dated May 19th, 2020, and is included in the board packet. The application and proposed plan is certified as substantially zoning compliant. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Sadi, Mr. Quish,
Yep, go ahead.
thank you. This would be to any one of the MetroStar. Could you let us know how many existing parking spaces on the property right now are going to be gone?
All of the parking will be reconfigured.
I know how many parking spots on the property right now that's available for parking for the public will be gone if we agree to this project?
There's no parking available to the public.
Well,
It's
you're
all-
buying the property B&L parking, are you not?
No, the previous owner would rent space from time to time, but we are the current owners and this is all private property.
Okay, and as far as the easement goes, how many spots on the easement are going to be taken up by your driveway access?
There's 15 parking spaces that are parked on our right of way that shouldn't be there currently, that are there now that will need to be moved or removed because they're parking on.
They're in the right of way.
They're in our right of way. You know, it's not appropriate that they're there. It's only 15.
Okay, and then according to the zoning regulations, if you have a gym, it's supposed to have 2 spots, so 1 parking spot per 125 square feet, correct?
No, this is only used by the residents. It's not a public gym.
So they're there already.
Okay. My notes would indicate that 2 times 77 for the dwelling units, which is more than a space, is 154, plus 5 handicap parking, which is required, plus 45, which comes to 204 spots. Is that accurate?
No, that's not correct.
The number's not correct. So 154 is 77 dwelling units times 2. You agree that's 154?
I don't know where you're getting the 2 from, sir.
Because I'm using the number 2.
Oh.
I mean, that's where the 154, you're going to use, according to you, 120 parking spaces, which you claim 34 are going to be shared by business and the residential units.
So we're
CD1.
Yeah, there is, in our opinion, sir, there is no requirement for parking in MCDD. We use it as a guide, but the board has the ability to determine the parking based on 3.21.3.5.
David came up with the.
Just,
David used
based on the regulations.
the MCDD parking reg as if they were isolated uses, not mixed uses. And that's how you get to 154. We're proposing 120 and sharing 34, which our letter from Malone and McBroom, based on the Urban Land Institute guidelines, shows that we only need 89. But again, this is all subject to the board's discussion and review. And determination.
I appreciate the answer, but Mr. Salkus just indicated 2 times 77, 154 dwelling places based on 77 dwelling units, 1,100 and something square feet and 5 handicapped. He came up with the number 154. You're not even come up with the number 54. You come up with 120.
That's correct.
That's correct. Mr. Sadi?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I weigh in on that? Just for the record, Thomas Lynch. Bob, just to answer the question on the parking, the property is located in the MCDD zone, the Milford Center Design District zone. Okay, and under 321.35, which David referenced, that zone is a zone which allows flexibility to the Planning and Zoning Board to make findings of parking adequacy. And we've seen this before on other applications. If you recall, the restaurant on the corner of Broad Street, Factory Lane, the Stonebridge restaurant application where we came in for the patio. There's numerous instances. Archie Moore's restaurant is a good example where there are absolutely no parking spaces provided on site for a use. So what David was referencing was the zoning regulation requirements based upon the use of 77 dwelling units and 11,170 square feet of commercial use. Based on the regulations, you would be in any other zone, you'd be required to come up with 154 spaces. Under the regulation that the application falls under, which is the MCDD parking regulation, 321.35, we're submitting to the board as part of this application, and it was borne out in the letter that was submitted from our traffic design experts at Malone and McBroom, that based upon the shared concept of some of the parking spaces being used during the day by commercial use and then individuals coming home at night and occupying the apartments, there's a portion of this property that has parking that will be shared in between those two users. And their professional opinion, and we submit to you as part of this application, is that 120 spaces is adequate to service the residential dwelling units and the commercial space that's on site.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair?
Mr. Lynch, I really appreciate it. I have one other question for you. I'm glad that you chimed in. You would agree that it's within the discretion of our commission to hold a public hearing. We're not prohibited by law, case law specifically, correct?
No, quite the contrary. This is an application for site plan review, and under both Connecticut law and our zoning regulations, this is a zoning compliant application. It does not require a public hearing.
I'm just calling your attention to October 24 Inc. versus Planning and Zoning of Plainville, 35 Connecticut Appeal 599, a 1994 case where the appellate court said it is within the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Board, even our site plan, to have a public hearing. Are you familiar with the case?
I'm not familiar with that case, and I'd be happy to read it, but I am familiar with our Milford regulations, and they may very well be different than the regulations of the town in the case involved that you just cited. But
and I appreciate your thought on this, because I did look up those regulations recently. I couldn't find anywhere that our commission is barred from holding a public hearing. Could you point to any place in our regulations that we're barred from holding a public hearing on this site plan?
Yes, under our regulations for the site plan regulations, there is no provision in those regulations to provide for a public hearing on a site plan application.
I asked you if we were barred. Not that, well, there's no provision, but are we barred from having a public hearing there?
With all due respect, Bob, you are barred unless it's provided for in the regulation.
Mr. Chair, through you, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to clarify some math from Mr. Sadi, just to let Mr. Sadi know that when he was talking about the dwelling units and he was counting each dwelling unit as requiring 2 parking spaces, that's not what our regulation says. The type of dwelling unit in the MCDD, based on whether it's an efficiency, 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom, they have different parking requirements. With a efficiency only requires 1 parking space. A 1-bedroom is 1.5 parking spaces, and a 2-bedroom is 2 parking spaces. So depending on how Mr. Sadi did the math, his number would have been high based on if he applied the 2 parking spaces to each unit.
Well, we don't actually have that math, but we can do that math.
It's in the
Anyway,
plans.
excuse me. Is there any more questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, Joe Castagnoli.
Yes.
Dave, if you did the math, how many parking spaces would be required?
Okay, in my report, the figure I came up with was 154 spaces. And that is broken down the following way. Of the 77 dwelling units, there's a combination of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. Those 3 different kinds of units require 109 parking spaces. The commercial space requires 45 parking spaces. And then they're including in that total 5 handicap parking spaces.
Okay, so that total is 154.
Correct.
And 120 would be used, and then 34 would be shared.
Correct. That's what they're proposing.
All right, thanks.
Question for the applicant. How many units, 1-bedroom units, have a study?
Few of them that did.
Yeah. John Wicko, there's a handful.
Are you muted?
No, we're not muted. Yeah, there's a handful. They're 1-bedroom allocated, but there may be 5 that have a plus, we call it. It's a little area for a desk and for a home office.
Very small space, though.
10 by 10, 8 by 10.
Yep. I can take the plans off and get the measurement. So there's 5. Is that accurate?
That's a rough estimate. We haven't allocated because there are 1-bedrooms, so they're included in the 1-bedroom unit count.
I'll wait if you want to count them. The question, I would like the number.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, can I just revisit the parking one more time?
Yeah, we will revisit that, yes. And we'll also ask the question that if we took the studies into consideration and considered a 1-bedroom with a study, an actual 2-bedroom, I would like to revisit the parking with those numbers as well as the water and sewer usage, because there's no real way that you can say that that's not going to be used as a bedroom in any or all cases.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to remove them, Mr. Chairman, if you felt that way. And we did address that with the sewer commission, and they have that in their notes. Actually, that's where the count is. It's on my sewer. I think. I don't know where to find it. But Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please. While he's counting, yeah, please say whatever you would like.
Okay, just back to the parking. When David does his calculation, he does it as if it was just all residential and all commercial, right? Not mixed use. It's when it's mixed use, section 3.21.35 comes into play. Only when it's mixed use do you consider as a board the non-simultaneous activity of the tenants and the uses. And that's what our letter from Malone and McBroom states. This is, documented science by the Urban Land Institute and the International Transportation Engineers Association that he references. These are calculated numbers. Based on Malone and McBroom, he comes up with 89 parking spaces that we need. We're providing 120.
Right, thank you.
But I just want to clarify, when Dave does his, it's like it was a standalone multifamily and a standalone office building, not mixed use. And that's why section 321.3.5 comes into play, because it is mixed use. And you can now consider the shared parking analysis.
Yes, we can, yes. And another question for you, that right away where there's existing daily parking for a fee, is that land that you now or will own, or you just will have an easement over it?
We have an easement, had for decades over it.
Okay, so that easement, could you put like parallel parking there if you wanted to?
We could not do that, no. You can't park on it. It's open for both the grantee and the grantor to use for ingress and egress only.
Okay.
The train station just went ahead and striped it, but it really doesn't even work as it's striped. There's not enough room for the people who back in and out of there. Really, it's very tight. But again, it's on property that we control from an easement standpoint.
Got you. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Do we have a count of the units yet or not?
I've got, it looks like 10. We have 8 in building number 4 and 2 in building number 5, none in building number 3, none in building 2, and number 1 is all commercial.
Okay.
So there's a total of 10.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Chair,
Yep, Mr.
Mr.
Sadi.
Sadi again. This is a comment.
Yep.
I'd ask that we move to go into this particular site plan application, go into a public hearing on this. I think it's important for the members of the community to be heard, their voice be heard. I'd ask that we consider doing that right now.
We're not going to do that tonight, Bob. If we take some counsel from the city attorney and the land use director on what our requirements would be, we would have to notice it as a public hearing and have to go through that process. So we'll entertain that as we go down. We'll go make sure that all the board members have a chance to ask any questions on the application and get any clarification.
I'm sorry, he was not making a motion to make this part of the process a public hearing, but that we continue this and we make it notice for a public hearing for the public to be heard.
Okay, well, I appreciate your thought. Are there any questions for the applicant or any comments on Mr. Sadi's interest in having a public hearing?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, John.
Yeah, it's a great plan, great development. I love it. I'm a little concerned about traffic, however. It seems adding into the mix of downtown 100 or so vehicles every day, this might present kind of a traffic problem. I think we need to look at that.
Metro, you're welcome to directly respond to Mr. Mortimer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Traffic specifically is not a consideration for a site plan approval. Not to say that I disagree or your opinion is not with merit, but specifically it's not required or considered even in a site plan application. Site plan is an administrative act. This is really to find that we meet the zoning regulations.
Right. So, and I understand your position, but I would make this statement that you're hoping that the board will find parking adequacy, and we don't have to, and we don't even have to reason. We don't even need a reason not to. We can just say we don't find it parking adequate. So I would say that if a board member or the public has concern about parking, that we, discuss it and consider it and look at what it will do to downtown Milford, which is really an asset for all the citizens of Milford. So I would say that the concept that we limit the discussion or the conversation directly to what is permitted or addressable in a site plan review, remember that we can arbitrarily just say not enough parking.
No, and I understand that, Chairman. I respect that for sure, but it's just telling you the technicality of traffic discussion and how it relates to the site plan application process and what your regulations say. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, no, I understand it, but I think that, as I said, it's worthy of discussion. So if you've not done a traffic study, or have you?
Again, it's not required under this
Okay.
type of application specifically. Actually, it says in your regulations that you don't have to do it. So
Okay.
we're following your regulations to the best.
That's fine. Yes or no would have done. It's not been done. Okay, John, would you like a follow-up, or are you?
No, that answers the question. I'm sure if we proceed, this topic will come up again and we'll address it at that time.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, again, on the traffic, I mean, this is a true TOD development. And the reason the TOD developments are so in favor is because they really do reduce traffic and people driving to the train station and being able to walk to everything. That's why it's so, it's so in the forefront of planning on a national level as well as state and local. I mean, these opportunities are really great opportunities to help in so many ways, the carbon footprint being one of them. So I'd just like to reiterate that again.
Yeah, no, and I fully agree. I think that you have some great attributes to the site, and you have actually a walkway to the platform adjacent to the site. So that's really I do understand the transportation-oriented district concept, and how it underpins developments around train stations, and there's a lot of good there, but there's, again, Milford Center is dear to a big population, and there's some concern, and it just want to keep all things in mind.
Yes.
But anyway, any other questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
Joe Castagnoli,
Please.
I wanted to second Mr. Sadi's motion if he did in fact make a motion to hold a public hearing. I'd like to second that.
Okay. I don't know that we can. We have to find that out. I mean, we can make a motion. I don't know if it has any teeth, but anyway, I'd like to hear from any other board members on any issue at all.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to echo, I think your points and Mr. Mortimer's about the transit-oriented development being a great project and something that we need more of across the state. And this is, I think, good for Milford and good for Connecticut. That said, I want to also agree with Mr. Castagnoli and Mr. Sadi in terms of giving the public an ability, if possible, to comment on the project.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else, members of the board, have a thought they'd like to share? Okay, I would then hear a motion. If you want to make a motion to table, Mr. Sadi or Mr.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the application be tabled to allow for review of the applicant's compliance with the provisions of 321.3.5 and 5.1.4 as they relate to reduced parking for general business, professional offices, and other retail, sales, and service establishments. Additionally, to provide a traffic study of the area of Broad Street and High Street and surrounding streets.
We
I'll
have
second that, Mr. Chairman.
we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, Meg, would you call the roll?
Okay. Ms. Austin? With the motion. Mr. Broster?
With the motion.
Mr. Castagnoli?
With the motion.
Mr. Cater?
With the motion.
Mr. Collegian?
Brian, yeah, might have to unmute.
Come on.
Is Mr. Collegian still here?
I'm scanning for him.
Yeah, I see him.
I see him. Give us
Brian, do you want to go thumbs up or thumbs down, maybe?
with the motion.
Mr. Collegian is with the motion. Ms. Kearney,
Peg? With the
thumbs
motion.
up. She's with the motion. Mr. Mortimer,
With the motion.
Mr. Moore,
Against the motion.
Mr. Sadi,
With the motion.
and Mr. Chairman Quish.
I'm with the motion.
Oh, well, you have nine with the motion and one against the motion.
Okay, so the application is tabled. We will take counsel from the city attorney and we will look to see what our legal position is to have a public hearing. Okay. Next order of business is 72 Broadway, petition of Joe Porto Esquire for coastal site plan review to construct a restaurant banquet building on map 13, block 140, parcel 4, of which Livio Faustini is the owner. Who is representing the applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank
Just
you all
give
for
your
having
name-
me.
Yeah, if you give your name and address for the record.
I will. Thank you. My name is Joe Porto. I represent Peter and Antonetta Landino. I practice law with Porto, Parisi, and Caldwell. Our office is located in Hamden. We are before you this evening for coastal site plan review for the property located at 72 Broadway. Just by way of some housekeeping, the property falls in a CDD2 zone. It is approximately 1.72 acres in size and has been the home of the Costa Azura, which is a restaurant and banquet hall, according to Milford's GIS, since the mid-1970s. Our design team will provide you with greater detail, but the project essentially involves taking the existing single-story structure and replacing it with a new building. The use, as you will hear, is exactly the same. The proposed building will sit within the footprint of the existing building. In fact, the building that we are proposing, our architect will explain, is smaller by some 3,000 square feet. The proposed building is or will be 2 stories in height and will offer a finished or occupied space of 12,203 square feet, which is slightly smaller by 1 square foot than the building that presently exists. The proposed building has been designed to meet the FEMA flood standards where the existing building does not. And again, essentially this application is a continuance of the existing use of a banquet and restaurant facility with a building that is in fact properly designed for the area where it is located. To touch on parking briefly, the engineer, our engineer, Alan Shepard, will go over with you the existing site plan that shows 90 spaces presently existing, and we are proposing the exact same 90 spaces. The one point I would like to comment on, and Dave or Joe, if you're sharing out your screen, if it's possible to go to the A2 existing conditions, plan. That'll do. The one you had before is fine. So where the and I'm sorry, my technical abilities are a little bit limited, but you'll see on the southwest section or left-hand side of the screen, if you're facing it, there is a small area called out in red. So I wanted to just, Mr. Chairman, touch on that briefly. So in the comments that were prepared, there was an indication that there is parking in the right of way on Ann Street. And I just wanted to point out that there is not parking in the right of way on Ann Street. It would be a factually accurate statement to say that there is a small sliver of the pavement of the parking lot which extends into the right of way. Again, an existing condition, not one of our creation. And it is based on our calculations. We're talking about 1.5 feet on the Broadway side to a total of 2.4 feet on the ocean side of pavement that extends beyond the boundary of the subject property. With regard to parking, our engineer will explain to you that the parking stalls along the Ann Street side are of a sufficient depth that no part of a car, front or rear bumper, should extend beyond the boundary line of our property, and no part of that small sliver of pavement that extends beyond the boundary was included in the parking plan that is in front of you. There is in our landscape plan a proposal for some landscaping in the strip, the area between the edge of the pavement and the sidewalk. We understand that we may very well need to obtain approval from the city of Milford to landscape that area, and we believe that would be a benefit to the neighborhood. We believe it would be a benefit to the neighbors. We believe it would be a benefit to the project and to the Landinos, and happily will seek to obtain approval from the city of Milford if the commission were so inclined to grant the application. So I just wanted to touch base on that. So with that, I haven't been able to scan through everybody. Hopefully our project engineer, Alan Shepard, is on, and he can go over with you the site plan. That will be followed. He will be followed by John Cost, who is the project engineer who could take you through the building design. He will be followed briefly by Dean Pouchlar, who is the project landscape architect, can talk to you a little bit about that. And then certainly collectively, we will respond to any questions the commission may have. So Alan, if you're here.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes. Yes, please proceed. If you state your name and address for the record, and then go ahead with whatever you want to say.
Okay, this is Alan Shepard, professional engineer, partner in the firm of Nowakowski, Obim, John Kane, 415 Howe Avenue, Shelton, Connecticut. What we have is a project that with a building with a hall in it, wedding hall, and a restaurant. Basically, what we'd like to do is take that building and replace it with a building that is code compliant for the flood regulations. And to do that, we're kind of taking the restaurant, if you will, and placing it up on top of the building. The building currently is a two-story building. There's a small hall upstairs. So it'd be replaced with a two-story building with less of a footprint for the site. This allows us to do be, have a little bit more green space around the property. It also allows us to have connection between the two curb cuts that are existing, and we do a one-way connection with that. The parking is in 90 spaces currently. They're virtually going to stay the same. We rearranged a couple parking spaces, but we'll have 90 when we're done. We'll have the same square footage of building, if anything, a little bit less. We will have, we've added some green features to this with some pervious grass pavers for the parking lot area, some more planted areas. We proposed more recharge galleries. There are some dry wells, 5 dry wells on the property, and we had proposed some, but we're going to up that to the required for the town engineer requested we do the full water quality volume, and we agreed to that to do that for the property. So basically, it's going to, the site plan is virtually the same with small, slight modifications, make it a little greener. And we're going to place a new building on the property if we're permitted. There are a couple comments from staff. I don't know if the board wants to go through that right now or later on.
If you're done, I'd like to have John present, and then if the commission would allow, to get the presentation out, and then we can respond to questions.
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you guys have the mic, so do it any way you like.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Want to hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. For the record, Jonathan Cost, architect. Office is located at 111 Churchill Road in Sandy Hook. So to what Al had said about the existing building, yes, it's a 2-story building right now. There's approximately 1,000 square feet on the second floor. And what we propose to do is really, from the existing building, take the footprint of what is now the restaurant and eliminate that from the site. So we're going from a 12,000 or I believe it's actually a 14,000 square foot footprint down to roughly a 9,000 square foot footprint on the site, which allows for Al to do regulated parking in terms of the space widths and everything else, and get us our access for emergency vehicles and everything else, as well as the green space. So like Joe has also said, the space that we're talking about is it's a lateral move from what the existing space is. We have a banquet hall approximately the same size as the banquet hall that exists now, and a restaurant, well, we call it a restaurant, but it's really the second-story space, is going to function as a reception hall that the wedding facility would use, and in the downtime, weekdays, it would be used as a small little restaurant space. The existing restaurant is currently about 3,500 square feet, and this reception hall is approximately 1,350 square feet. So it's much smaller than what is there now. What the second floor comprises of is a bridal suite, a groom suite, and an office space for the facility. They have, the first floor consists of one large commercial kitchen, washroom, a lobby, bathrooms, elevator to get to the second floor. So the proposal is really, in terms of the function of the facility, is more to operate as a wedding banquet hall. It could never function together as a banquet hall and a restaurant in the same time period. For the elevation of the building, so we are bringing this building up to the FEMA standards for the floodplain that it's in, the zone it's in. It's currently at an elevation 10, and we're going to lift it up to the 14 elevation, which gives us the Milford regulation 2 foot of freeboard. So in terms of the flood compliance, we would be all fully compliant with our foundation design. Other than that, I mean, I think what we're working with in terms of roof lines and materials, we're looking at materials that are consistent with what we have on the coastline. They're going to be a masonry material, something that's durable for the weather that we have there, for the wind, and you know, it's a New England roof line, and we're looking for sort of a New England style here that will complement the neighborhood as it sits now. I'll leave it up to questions now. I think, Joe, you're going to move it on to Dean. For the...
If Dean's on the call, if he could talk 2 seconds about the landscape plan, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, my name is Dean Pushler, landscape architect. I'm in Brookfield, Connecticut. So if we could bring the landscape plan up. Essentially, we put together a native plant palette with a mixture of deciduous trees to provide some shade, some screening, evergreen trees that will screen some of the neighbors on the perimeter. There is a residential house on the north of the building that we are screening with some junipers, some tall junipers that would be salt tolerant, a nice coastal plant. We have a mixture of shrubs and perennials surrounding the building for seasonal color and interest, and some ornamental shade trees in the front. But generally, where there is green space, trying to get some plant material. As Attorney Porto pointed out, on the south side of the site, there is along Ann Street, there is a small easement that I did sneak some perennial grasses in. These grasses essentially are 4 to 5 feet high. They are perennial. They could either get cut down in the fall, but I would assume they would be left throughout the winter and cut in the spring. And basically give a little bit of buffer to Ann Street and the parking, on the property, if the commission so approves it, and also with talks with the Department of Public Works. So that's the planting. We also put together a lighting plan for the property that essentially the existing lighting is telephone pole mounted lights, not energy efficient. So what we've done is put some post lights in the parking, all LED, all dark sky compliant, and to provide safe movement on the property and in the parking areas. That's basically the landscape lighting and planting.
Thank you, Dean. So, Mr. Chairman, that would be pretty much the application.
Great. Okay. Thank you. David, if you would just review your administrative summary.
Sure. The applicant proposes to raise the existing 12,204 square foot building with an 11,259 square foot footprint and construct a 2-story, 12,203 square foot building with an 8,209 square foot footprint. A 2,016 square foot patio remains the same size. The newly proposed building will be constructed within the existing building's footprint. 15 existing parking spaces along Ann Street, as well as the proposed landscaping area, are within the public right-of-way and will require City of Milford approval. The parking along the sidewalk on Naugatuck Avenue should be separated from the sidewalk per section 5.14.6.5 to prevent vehicle intrusion. wheel stop should be added. If approved, it should be conditioned on the city of Milford approving the use of the right-of-way prior to issuing a zoning permit. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I don't have any questions myself. You know, it's been a mainstay in the sunny downtown West Shore for a long time, and I hope you get the approval, and I wish you the best of luck. So I will hear a motion. Is there anybody still on the call?
I can hear you.
I need to hear a motion from the board. Someone, please.
I move to approve as presented the petition of Joe Proto Esquire for a coastal site plan review to construct a restaurant banquet building on map 013, block 140, parcel 4, of which Livio Faustini is the owner.
Would you like to make that, John, would you like to make that contingent on the language that David used with just getting an okay from the city on that encroachment and whatever engineering has to say?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion slightly amended. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, Meg, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Austin,
With the motion.
Mr. Brewster,
With the motion.
Mr. Castagnoli,
With the motion.
Mr. Cater,
With the motion.
Mr. Collegian. Mr. Collegian is with the motion. Ms. Kearney? Ms. Kearney is with the motion. Mr. Mortimer?
With the motion.
Mr. Moore?
With the motion.
Mr. Sadi? Bob?
Can we see him?
Not sure. Yeah, Mr. Sadi.
Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah, I see.
Hold on. I'm asking him to unmute. Mr. Sadi? There we go.
Mr. Sadi, are you with the motion or against? He's with the motion, thank you. And Chairman Quish?
With the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. I know you have a full agenda, so we'll be right out of your way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll let everybody leave the room quietly. Oh, no, we don't have to do that anymore. Okay, a little bit of levity before we get to the public hearings. Item 1, closed by July 20, vote by September 23rd. Proposed regulation change 20-5 petitioned by Kevin Crusading Esquire for changes to Article 5, Sections 521, 525, 536, 11.2 to allow electronic billboard signs.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Crusading. My office is at 3 Lafayette Street, representing Car Wash Realty. Member of the LLC is Dominic DiMartino. As you know, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the hearing was left open for 3 or 4 items. I have in my notes from the end of the last meeting, there was a question about whether any state legislation addresses digital billboards. There was a question of could the state block the usage of digital billboards. There was a question of the Swedish traffic study. And I think that ancillary to that question was whether did Sweden ban digital billboards and what was the reason for that? So I think that's actually two separate questions. I think Mr. Sadi had asked for some information about the text of the regulation that we're proposing and what the motion was that he had made to amend the motion during the last application that we had. And I'm just going through these briefly. I know the board has a lot on the agenda tonight. I do want to, I'll approach these in the following order. First of all, I believe it was either Mr. Mortar or Mr. Cater that had a question about the state legislation. And the answer to that question, I'm not sure that that was sent out by Mr. Sulkus, and I'm not sure whether it was directly asked of him. But in any event, the state legislation is 13A-123, which is it's a Connecticut state statute, and addresses the legislation of digital billboards in general on Connecticut highways, and then as a further result of that, digital billboards. So there's a subset of regulations underneath that that fall underneath that state statute. So the question, I think, was, can Connecticut stop or block the usage of digital billboards? The answer would be yes, by state statute. As I had mentioned at the last hearing, you know, they are allowed by the federal government. I-95 is obviously a federal corridor, and the state of Connecticut. I think there was some other questions too, before I forget, about the number of states that allow digital billboards, which is 45, and 44 allow them on the highway. And I believe Washington State is a state that does not allow them on the highway, but they don't allow them on the designated scenic portion of their highway. And it's not, I'm not aware of whether they allow any billboards on that scenic portion. Of those 4 other states that don't allow digital billboards, I don't believe they allow any billboards on highways. So it's not just a ban of digital billboards, it's a ban of billboards. Generally speaking, the states have made those states have made a policy decision not to allow them on the highway. I think I want to address the question of the special permit and also the Swedish study. I will discuss the Swedish study in a minute, but as a result of, at the end of the last hearing, it felt to me and members of the project team that it had become slightly adversarial in nature. The tone kind of turned slightly adversarial, and you know, I take full responsibility for that. If that was my, you know, way I presented the materials, or that we didn't, you know, answer the questions in a sufficient manner. And I'll talk about the Swedish study in a minute in relation to that. But we know this is a collaboration with the board. This is a zone text change. The board has the authority to approve this or deny it. We think that it's the right application for at the right time, using new technology. But at the end of the last application, when there was a vote, Mr. Sadi and Mr. Grant, I'm not sure who made the motion and who seconded it, Mr. Grant, who was on your board at that time, wanted to change this, add some language that, as opposed to an over-the-counter permit, this be a special permit. And I spoke with the applicant. He doesn't have any issues with that. We don't necessarily think it needs to be a special permit. It could be a site plan, which this is in response to not only Mr. Sadi's comments at the last meeting and during the last application, but several members of the public in opposition had also raised the concern that the board was ceding their authority to review these, and why would the board do that if it didn't need to? So we think a good answer or solution to that would be that this either be, these future applications for converting these boards be by site plan. If the board thinks that they want it as a special permit, which would be a public hearing, the applicant has no issue with that either. One of the, that's just a simple change to, rather than shall be allowed, the language could be changed to shall be allowed by special permit. One of the other things that came up at the end of the last application, this is in December, was the mention of, we're asking for a 10-second change between the digital messages. And that's what our regulation says. I think Mr. Sadi and some other members of the board had made a motion to amend that reduces that from 10 seconds to 8 seconds. We also, I wanted to let the board know, we don't have any issue with that either. The industry standard is, anywhere is 8 to 10 seconds. The federal traffic study, the 2012 federal traffic study, that standard is 8 seconds. So we have no issue with that either. So if the board wanted to make a motion to amend, if they were in a position to feel like they wanted to approve this tonight or at a meeting in the future, we have no concerns about those changes. I think one of the questions, and I believe it was Mr. Mortimer, had asked, is the 2012 study flawed, or why is the 2012 study flawed? We don't believe that the 2012 study is flawed, but I do want to, I'm going to share my screen here for a moment, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to bring up our experts, excuse me here. Our experts letter. And I think it's important, I think I can bring this down. I think it's important to point out, we hired a traffic engineer, an expert in this field, whose curriculum vitae is several pages long. He was involved in a lot of these studies, and I'm just scrolling down to the summary. But what is important to point out, and I'll talk about this briefly when I talk about the Swedish traffic study, is that Mr. Tantella came to these 6 sites as part of his review of this application. And so this letter, where he states in his professional opinion, based on what we are proposing, that it will not present a physical or visual obstruction to vehicles traveling on I-95, will not detract or interfere with the effectiveness of official traffic control devices, is appropriate based on industry standards, and will comply with the professional design and industry standards. All of this is based on, so we can talk about a lot of studies. We can talk about the federal traffic study. We can talk about the Virginia study. We can talk about the Swedish study. The list goes on, or the different articles that Mr. Solkis had sent out to the board in response to some questions at the last meeting. But what's important about this is that Mr. Tantella specifically reviewed these 6 individual sites, came here from Philadelphia on a weekend and reviewed this, and his letter is based on that. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the Swedish study, and I think that there was some confusion amongst the project team, maybe some miscommunication, but the project team was not aware of the Swedish traffic study. And upon further investigation and researching it myself, along with some of the other project team members, was the fact that there was a reason that we weren't aware of it. That Swedish traffic study is actually inconclusive with respect to safety or driver distraction. So if you either read the synopsis of it, the summary of it, or the actual study itself, I think it's 20 or 22 pages long, that study was actually inconclusive. So my understanding from the research I also did was that Sweden had a pilot program where they were trying out digital billboards on their highways. And that goes back to, I think, 07 or 09. And they decided after a few years not to continue with that program and to remove the digital billboards that were in existence at that time. So I was not able, other than I think it was Scenic America website article, I was not able to independently locate anything else that said that Sweden banned digital billboards for safety reasons. I guess the question in my mind is the Swedish study relevant? Yes, they do have traffic. Yes, they do have highways. Yes, they do have vehicles. But I think that it's a dangerous leap of logic to take a traffic study from Sweden that says it's inconclusive as far as determining a determination on driver distraction, and then extrapolate that over and then say in that same article, that's why Sweden banned all digital billboards. Sweden did not ban all digital billboards. They have digital billboards on their city streets. There was an article from 2019 where Sweden talks about directing homeless individuals to certain shelters in the middle of the winter and using digital billboards. So when you receive those articles, whether it's from our side or, and that's why when we switched to the traffic study and the traffic engineer, after we had produced some materials that some members of the board thought were skewed because they were from an industry that supports digital billboards, you have to look at the opposition websites and those articles with a critical eye as well. So there's reasons behind some of that, but I think most importantly is that Mr. Tantella, the traffic engineer, came and visited these sites. And here's another telling thing, and I think this is really important to point out to the board, is that, digital billboards have been on I-95 in Connecticut for, I don't know if it's been 10 or 15 years. I'm sure, Mr. Gannon, who's on tonight, could tell us exactly, but, and there's been no evidence submitted to the record or presented that there's been an increase in distracted driving on I-95 from that, or that there's been an increase in accidents as they relate to digital billboards on I-95. So I think that's really important. And I think if that information existed or those statistics existed, that would have been presented to this board. There would probably be an industry arising out of that with personal injury attorneys suing billboard companies for things like that. And I haven't seen anything like that. So I think that's important. I also wanted to point out that in the traffic study itself, and this is still related to a response to the information that Mr. Sulkus had sent out at the request of the board in the Swedish study summary. The 2012 study pointed out that after an extensive study demonstrating that electronic billboards do not distract drivers any more than anything else they might be doing anyway. The study shows that on average, drivers in this study devoted between 73% and 85% of their visual attention to the road ahead for both electronic billboards and the standard billboards. So it's the same level of attention or time of attention or scope of attention that's given to the existing static digital billboards. And Mr. Chairman, I will just reserve just a few minutes to wrap up at the end if I might after the public comment. Thank you. Thank you.
David, if you would review your administrative summary, if you can remember it.
I can, the original one, I can pull it up. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Gee, trying to figure out how far back this went. Hold on.
May 5th.
Yeah, David, we can go right to the public hearing.
Okay, good.
And then you can come back and get that.
Okay.
So this is a public hearing, and the public is invited to speak on the issue. I would ask, because we do have a busy meeting, and our requirement really is that you keep it to 3 minutes. We did keep this public hearing open for safety concerns. Well, primarily what Sweden was doing and what other information we could gather about safety. So if you could please try to limit your discussion to the safety concerns of digital billboards. And is typical, I think we hear those in favor of the applicant first. So if you are in favor of the application, if you would raise your hand either digitally through the Zoom application or just raise your hand on the video, and it'll be up to David or Joe to let you in. I do see Ralph is raising his hand. Joe, can you let Ralph in first?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
The people who are raising their hand, at least on my screen, I don't see a Ralph, but I have a Dan, a George, a Dana,
Okay, well,
Stacy.
I see Ralph Pacelli.
Huh.
I see Gary raising his hand as well. We've got to do one at a time.
Oh, they're manually raising their hands. Oh, we're doing that. Oh, yeah, there's
Because
the,
not everybody,
Mr. Chairman, your chat is disabled.
yeah, chats are disabled.
So you can't see that I'm raising my hand. So if you could, David, put Milford Chamber on to speak, please.
Okay, and Milford Chamber, and your name, does it come up on our screen as Milford Chamber?
It does
Milford
on your
Regional.
screen.
Milford,
Yes.
Regional.
Okay.
Milford Regional. Okay.
Yes.
well,
Thank you.
I saw Ralph first, so if you would let Ralph speak, we'll take our time and let everybody speak.
Okay, can I?
There you go.
Okay. Ralph Pacelli, 1093 West River Street here in Milford. And I'm speaking on in support of the digital billboards. We've heard the information about, the safety issues and so forth. And one of the things to look at is, we need to be in a pro-business environment. And right now, we know the importance of the digital billboard, how fast it can deliver a message, keep the cost down for business owners, which is extremely important. And of course, the billboards, one of the purposes, it drives traffic into businesses so they can increase their business. And that's important, especially now more than ever before. And, of course, then there's the safety issue we've heard about, which wasn't brought up here and which I've read about, where let's say there's a missing child or something like that. And that could be flashed immediately on the billboard and letting somebody know. So these things are important, and moving into a digital platform is nothing but a plus for everyone that's involved, for everyone. So I want to just mention that. And I've once sat on the Planning and Zoning Board, and I know that as someone who sits on the board analyzing the information, and you think about it, and it's an important role, and I hope you agree with making these changes that are recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. David, are you going to manage this, or I see Gary Johnson raising his hand.
Yeah, if you want, we'll do the following. We'll do Gary Johnson, we'll do the Milford Regional Chamber, and then we'll go to the people who have raised their blue hands down the list. And then we'll have to scan for other people at that point who are manually raising their hands in the window versus raising their hands. Anyone who's got Zoom, if you click on the participants button on the bottom, you'll get a list that will appear on the side, and then you can click on a blue raise your hand, and then that's how we can easily recognize you as wanting to speak.
Okay, and again, we did leave the leave the public hearing open for specifically the discussion about driver safety and automobile safety. So if you could please limit your comments to that. I mean, we've heard a lot of people talk about the economic impact, and we all understand it already. And again, if you're repeating something someone else said, just say that you concur and agree with them, rather, because we do have a lot of people ready to chime in. But anyway, you're all welcome to speak. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm next. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Gary Johnson, 70 Terrace Road. I'm in full support of the presentation of the digital billboards. I was sort of going to concentrate on the economic aspect and the importance of having them, especially for small businesses. I run a nonprofit, have for years, and the need to increase our advertising so we get the word out is very important. I certainly concur with everything that that Ralph just said regarding the economic aspect, so I won't, go into any more details on those. And certainly from the public safety point of view, I would agree with the findings that Attorney Kersaden has put forward. I believe that there is no difference between having a digital billboard versus the regular billboards in terms of people being distracted or not paying attention to the road when they should. So again, I'm certainly in support of the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. David, you call out the next person.
The Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Pam Staneski, Executive Director, Milford Regional Chamber of Commerce, 5 Broad Street. I'm going to make my testimony on this very short. I would like to just align my thoughts with the previous 2 speakers with respect to safety. You have my written testimony, and so you know where I stand on the economic activity that this and the economic help that this gives to our small businesses. Thank you very much for your time this evening, sir.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay. Now asking Dan H., who's got his hand up. I'm asking him to unmute.
Good evening. I'm Dan Holborn with Coastal Plumbing and Heating of 14 Marion Avenue. I would like to agree with the previous people about in support of the positive economic benefits of these signs. And I also agree that I believe it would have a positive impact for safety and safety notifications, honestly, additional. So thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan.
And now we're going to go to George.
Hi, everybody. George Holler, 19 Woodhead Drive in Milford. I concur certainly on the economic aspect of the proposal. I can say that I've driven up and down 95 many times, seen the digital billboards, certainly wasn't struck unconscious, did not drive myself off the road, and view this as a matter of, let's be real, in 2020, what's the difference between a billboard that's been plastered up there and a billboard that's in digital format, given all the other advantages that the digital format allows from a cost perspective, from a ease of use perspective. There's nobody up there, plastering the billboard up there on a regular basis. I can't see any reason to object to allowing this in Milford when it's allowed throughout the rest of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Next up is Stacy.
Stacy Blake with Stacy Blake Realty, 8 Daniel Street in Milford. I'm definitely for the billboards. I'm extremely excited about it. As a small business owner and resident, I know that digital billboards would be an affordable way to market to all newcomers moving into the Milford area, as well as our current residents. As a top local real estate professional, I can tell you that we have several people moving into the area from all over, not just New York, Fairfield, Newtown, Woodbridge, and the list goes on. This is a flexible, affordable way to introduce all the new residents to everything that Milford has to offer, our restaurants, businesses, services, local activities, and a reminder to all of our current residents. It's a great tool because of its flexibility in marketing. In several locations, instead of just one billboard at a time, most advertisers only do one billboard at a time because of the cost of it. Not everyone who lives in Milford travels throughout Milford. I've had clients tell me that they've only been to certain parts of Milford, so this will get the message out in several spots for the same price that it would cost to put a billboard up in one spot. And Milford has a lot to offer. So let's get it out there. You could have the best product in the world, but if no one knows about it, it won't sell. So by voting for the digital billboards, you're supporting your local businesses and the town of Milford. And as far as safety, I think the public service announcements are crucial to get the word out just in case there are any local emergencies. Thank you.
Okay. And the next up is Gary, our second Gary.
Gary Open.
Yep.
I live at 30 Edgewater Place, Milford, Connecticut. And I'm speaking in favor of the digital billboards. I concur with everyone said before about the economic impact of it, but I'm not going to touch on that. I'm going to touch about the safety of it. I think the first thing is to compare Milford, Connecticut to Sweden for doing a study. Is you can't draw any conclusive evidence from that. The other thing I'd like to say is in Bridgeport, which is 5 to 10 minutes from us, one of the busiest areas of the state on 95 has digital billboards, and it has not been shown that there is increased accidents or traffic violations in that area. Thank you.
Okay, and next up is Nick Newell.
Hello, Nick Newell. I own Fighting Arts Academy, 333 Quarry Road, and I am Milford born and raised. And the billboard would mean a lot to me as a business owner from the economical standpoint, because it would allow me to afford to advertise to people that might not know about my business or might not look at it online, and it would help my business grow exponentially, I believe.
Okay. Next up is Peter.
Hello, everybody. Peter Cozzolino, Milford resident, 31 Gulfview Court. I'm also serving my first term for the Milford Economic Development Commission, and I'm speaking in favor of the digital billboards. I've been on a few of these meetings leading up to this, and it seemed there were a lot of negative speakers. It's great to hear some people were able to get out tonight, and some of the people that were in favor of it are speaking up. I appreciate that. From a safety perspective, I can't say enough about distracted driving and talking on your cell phone or looking at your GPS, I think is really the real safety concern. And I see no difference between a well-lit traditional billboard and a digital billboard. I also like to say, and I know I support everybody else on the economic benefits. Don't want to take up too much of anybody's time on that, but on the economic development, I don't know if anyone's going to speak on this tonight, but we did have a vote today, a special meeting, and the City of Milford Economic Development Commission did vote in favor of the digital billboards for the city. So I think that kind of resonates from an economic perspective also. And one last safety item, I know there was some for special announcements, and even with COVID, just with the changing landscape and trying to keep a modern look for Milford. I love Milford, raising my 3 kids here. I just see it's a no-brainer and a logical transition to keep the city being competitive, really with the rest of the state and the rest of the surrounding area. And from a safety perspective, I know there was a boater lost this weekend, and I know there's been some other emergencies. I think that's far outweighs the pros of being able to get the word out from that for our local community than some of the worries from a study in Sweden on distracted driving. So thank you for hearing me, and go digital billboards.
Thank you, Peter.
Next up, we have Louis D'Amato. Who has to unmute.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My brother and I moved here my name is Louis D'Amato, and we own D'Amato Brothers Builders. And after we got we had relatives who lived in Derby and recommended
Mr. D'Amato?
start building. And
Lou.
What I really is that 200 tenants, the various buildings we own in Milford here. And we once added up and called the number of them to find out how many people are employed in these buildings. And there's 800 people employed in our buildings in Milford. So indirectly, we're kind of a major employer here in the city. I just want to bring to your attention the amount of people who are in our retail space. We are 40% vacant. What I mean by vacant is that people aren't paying. There's people not paying. There's people who haven't opened up yet. And that leads to a lot of problems. We're about 15%, much better in our industrial buildings, which is surprising. But there seems to be even, at one time in my industrial buildings, I had 25% of the buildings filled with machine shops. Well, I'm down to about 3 or 4%. But in the last couple of weeks, I got two calls, and it was amazing. I haven't gotten a call in 15 years. But I did want to tell you that these vacancies represent a real problem, because the assessor in town, he sends out an inquiry every year to determine the value of these buildings. And the value of the buildings is predicated on income. So with the vacancies in these buildings, my buildings and the Connecticut Post, all the retail places that are empty, and the empty, not only empty, but new leases made at different prices, that there could be a 40% drop in the retail.
Lou, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is very specific about distracted driving, and I appreciate your position in the community. This hearing was left open to look at the safety issues of electronic billboards, not anyone's economic. And I've been kind of lax on letting people talk about the economics of it. This is not, the public hearing was not left open for this reason. So I'd appreciate it if you'd limit your comments, whatever they are, regarding the distracted driving and the safety aspect of digital billboards. Thank you very much.
Well, let me tell you something. You could wind up in this town having a 25% increase in your taxes, the result of what's going on in the retail and industrial and office buildings also. We're going to start emptying out too. I like that comment. You can leave it at that, but this is an important issue with respect to billboards and the ability for people to advertise properly. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Next up is Joe Russo.
How's it going? Joe Russo from JMR Design Consultants. I actually rent from Lou. I've been there for 5 years. It is a very affordable and great space for all upcoming people. That being said, I wasn't meant to say that, but just happened to be that way. Any case, I promote the billboard for its safety reasons in the terms of promoting immediate information, whether it be a child that is abducted or anything COVID related, or who knows what else. I mean, it's 2020. We're on Zoom right now. Technology is extremely important to promote Milford businesses and the safety aspect. So that being said, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Okay, next up is James.
Hi, thank you. James DeStefano, ShopRite of Milford and Milford resident. Speaking in support of digital billboards, I believe they provide greater flexibility to buy ads for shorter periods of time and the ability to advertise in more locations than would be otherwise possible relative to traditional billboards. Also believe that digital billboards would allow for faster ad placement, the ability to change or modify ads quickly with a relatively low cost, plus the ability to post timely information in terms of public safety as well. And finally, I believe it helps local businesses by providing another relatively low cost avenue to advertise without a long-term commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Dominic Cotton.
Sorry, I'm muting them. Dominic Cotton, 60 Corona Drive, Milford, Connecticut. Obviously, I'm against the digital billboards. I think, obviously, for the safety reasons, I work with people with brain injury. I understand the distractibility that people have with concerns to this. I also look at the fact that some of these billboards are directly appointed. If you look at the one that goes off in over by exit 36, I'm sorry, which directs you across the street or across the highway and takes your view directly out the road in front of you. I also think that with this issue, advertising and wanting to get eyes in front of things, advertising over the internet is probably more appropriate because there's not two different things that people are focused on. So I don't think that this has a direct effect on the business community as much as other opportunities that would be out there that don't have to do with driving and the distractibility that goes along with those things. So I'm against it. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Jean Servine.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I need to first of all object to what's been going on. I know Mr. Cush several times has tried to get the discussion to be just on safety issues, but that's what this public hearing was about and the only thing it was about. And it's obvious what's happened here, but there's been 2 public hearings in the past, and there was plenty of time for any of these people to voice their desire to have billboards. I just want that on the record. I think there's a point of order that needs to be understood and followed. So I've been very frustrated listening to all this. I want to thank the board members that asked to have the safety information put into the record and for Mr. Sokas to put in those research studies. I read all of them, and I think from my reading, it seemed like there were very few that didn't say there was some concern about safety. I assume that all the board members have read them as well. And I'm hard put to imagine that the board could approve this proposal after receiving information with overwhelming concerns about safety. One of the studies concluded, and I thought it was worth quoting, if there is a lack of scientific certainty and a question around safety, it is of particular importance not to permit. And what I've heard so far is there's the subjective thought about, safety is fine with me. I don't see a safety concern. But if any of these people that voice that have read these safety studies, they might think differently. I've also think it's important that we go back to the Federal Highway Administration report that I think Mr. Cushade mentioned several times, and his consultant also based a lot of his safety assurances on that report. And there is no doubt, recorded numerous times, that this study was faulted. There were 16 professionals that found 7 issues of concern in this report. And just that alone, to me, says, and I think others came to that conclusion, that you cannot base your decisions on the Federal Highway Administration report. I know Mr. Cushade early on was quoted in the paper that he would never present this proposal if he thought there was a safety concern. And I believe that. I don't have any reason to question that. But I do think, I hope that Mr. Cushade has read all of the studies that were submitted to the board to see that there certainly are serious concerns, very serious concerns by many of those studies that were done in different parts of the country. And it's important, I think, to take that information in. So here we are, what has been 7 months now since that first public hearing. And I will be very glad if we can wrap this up. And I certainly hope that, I thank the board for their time and attention to this. It's been tedious, I'm sure. So thank you very much.
Okay. Next one will go to, although he doesn't have a blue hint, where did he go? Oh, I saw Arnold Peck, but he disappeared. Arnold? Nope. Okay. So we will go, the next one will be Ellen Beatty.
Arnold Peck.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Are we
Okay.
going back to Arnold Peck, or are we staying with
Yeah,
Ellen Beatty?
we'll go back to Arnold and then we'll wrap up with you.
Okay.
Or anyone else we end up with.
As a marketing expert and knowing about the traffic, these 6 billboards that we're talking about have been around for a long time. Without allowing us to have the same advantages as Bridgeport, New Haven, West Haven, the surrounding towns, it holds us as a disadvantage. There is no scientific proof anywhere that this causes any more accidents. Milford, if you look down the Post Road, the Green, with the subway closing, with the liquor store closing, and many more places, just like Boston Market not paying rent. A lot of these places are not paying rent now, so they can't be evicted since the courts are closed, but they will be going out.
Point of order, point of order.
Everybody else was allowed to talk, so I think I should get a few minutes too.
Stay on the subject.
I certainly understand the value of billboards more than most people because I've been doing advertising in Milford for more than half a century. It's an excellent tool for people to be able to get their message across economically and quickly, as opposed to billboards that are there for a month at a time and get stagnant. All the other towns, and I think I just heard a few minutes ago that Orange just passed it. And I am a member of the Orange Economic Development Committee also. I think that the driving public is familiar with these billboards. It would not cause any accidents. And with Milford, we have 8 exits off of I-95. This would definitely be a benefit to the town. And finally, we actually have digital billboards on the gas stations and the service areas in Milford right now on I-95. So why would we discriminate if the gas stations could have it? Why couldn't we have it? I think it'd be a benefit for the town. We're losing a lot of business, many vacancies here, and we want to get us on par. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Ellen Beatty.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Ellen Russell Beatty. I live at 32 Elm Street in Milford, and I'd like to testify against the digital billboards. I would like to say to the chairperson that I was not prepared to talk about the economic development. You asked specifically at the beginning of this meeting to keep our comments, not be repetitive, and not talk about the small business development. We had the Chamber of Commerce, Pam Stanesky spoke in favor of that. She did apologize for those remarks, but they were given at a public hearing previously. Gary Johnson also. Peter spoke at the last meeting and gave the testimony. We all know that. So I wonder why we weren't just held to the safety issue. Okay, with that in mind, I would like to get my credentials into the record only for the reason that I have particular concerns about the safety. I do have 2 master's degrees and a doctorate, and I'm retired as a professor emeritus in public health and nursing from the State University. I was the dean of the School of Health and Human Sciences, which housed the Department of Public Health. There are concerns about safety across this nation and internationally. the research is not definitive yet of whether there is harm by distraction. So when Lou D'Amato said it's a no-brainer, it really made this discussion deteriorate into a binary issue of you're for or against. And if you're against, you're not for economic development, and you're fabricating some of the safety concerns. I'm here to say that those two points are not correct. Number one, I support the Chamber of Commerce. I consider Gary Johnson and Pam Skineski, each one of them I know many, many years, to be friends. I go out of my way to serve on as many economic development, small business issue committees as I can. It's an avocation and an interest of mine, as is small town development. So to make this just an economic issue, which we weren't supposed to bring up at this public hearing, is disingenuous. The issue of retail space nationally is a problem. There are very complex variables: unemployment, the pandemic, Wall Street. There are so many things that contribute.
Ellen, you're doing the exact same thing.
I'm doing the exact same thing, Jim.
Yes, so please don't. Please don't.
Stay on topic.
I will stay on topic. The taxes are not going to go up 25% if we do not have digital billboards. All right, and then lastly, back to the topography of Milford. I think as elected officials, you need to consider that 95 splits Milford in half. Orange isn't a good example. They need to create a grand list at all costs to keep property taxes down. 95 does not affect geographically Orange in the same way, nor Bridgeport or New Haven. So you will have 6 digital billboards on either side, north of the Post Road, a populated area, and south of the Post Road. So it is a very different set of concerns, and there is the ability to stop it. Lastly, I'm not sure the example of the near drowning or the water event that we had in Milford yesterday. The fire department is all over that. They do not need a public safety message on 95. They are the ones who respond first. They're the mutual aid for other towns. They are a number one. It's just a red herring. We do not need it for public safety within Milford. If you want to say that Amber Alerts are a question, that's a legitimate concern. But there are other ways. Law enforcement in other towns handle the Amber Alerts with their own mechanism with the state level DOT when there's an Amber Alert. You do not have to put up 6 digital billboards to have that happen.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Ellen. I appreciate your thoughts. David?
Okay.
Moving on.
Okay.
Hello?
No.
Hello?
Who's that?
Dora Kubek.
She isn't on the list yet.
Hello, Dora. State your name and address for the record, please.
Go, Dora. Where are you, Dora?
I'm home.
No. State your name and address for the record, please. And please keep your comments to regard the distraction and the safety of electronic billboards.
I'm happy to do so.
Thank you very much.
Dora Kubek, 33 Liberty Street, Milford.
Go ahead.
I'm still strongly opposed to this idea of putting up these digital billboards on such a busy corridor in Milford. 6 signs over 8 exits, flashing, text flashing, visual effects, colors. How could this not detract and interfere visually? I don't understand that. We don't need these signs for safety issues. We have signs in place through the state about Amber Alerts and other types of warnings. This is not the right application at the right time. It's never going to be the right application at the right time. We shouldn't have flashing digital signs changing every 8 to 10 seconds. There is a difference between a static and a digital billboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Bill Neubauer.
Good evening, Bill Neubauer, resident at 42 Field Court, Milford.
My credentials do not include either a doctorate or a master's, simply a Connecticut driver's license. And speaking personally, I can tell you that I do not find digital billboards to be any more distracting than regular billboards. To a certain degree, all billboards are distracting. We can't deny that they take some moment of our time. Personally, I don't find there to be any difference. And I think that the information, the data that's out there, that's supports that as well. So I agree with all the economic impact statements as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Penn Vasilis.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, I'm Penny Vasilis. I am, can you hear me? I'm at 111 Broadway. And I would like to oppose the digital billboards for some of the reasons that Dr. Beatty stated as well, that I do find them distracting. I don't see any difference between a blinking billboard or a digital billboard versus me reading a text while I'm driving. I mean, what it is asking me to do is take my eyes off the road. It's asking me to take my eyes off the road and direct it off the highway to a billboard and read an advertisement. In those 2 seconds or 3 seconds, the car in front of me has braked. I am distracted and I slam right into the rear of the car in front of me. The traffic pattern has changed coming from New Haven to Milford. That is it's a clogged area. If you haven't driven from New Haven to Milford, that traffic pattern has really slowed. So you really have to pay a lot of attention coming from that direction. Going into New Haven is also very busy. So it's really asking me to make a choice between reading an advertisement for a business or keeping my eyes on the road. I will also say that as far as the Amber Alerts, the DOT already has them right in front of you. They have them listed right on the highway. You could look up a little bit, which is even a distraction for most drivers. But I support all businesses. Any survey I take that asks, how did you hear about my business? It's never from a billboard. So I feel it's unsafe aesthetically. It would look awful for our town. I don't think it's what we're looking for just because other towns are doing it. But I really feel that it is unsafe because you're asking me to take my eyes off the road and read your billboard. So I am strongly opposed to encouraging that. Thank you.
Thank you, Penn.
Okay, next we have Sarah Bromley.
Hi, my name's Sarah Bromley. I'm at 27 Norway Street. I also strongly oppose the digital billboards for a lot of the reasons that have come before me. I also don't have a lot of credentials. What I do have is worsening eyesight. I have trouble at night, especially, and you know, I am distractible. I just, in fact, I've been aware of this issue, and even with my awareness of this issue, just like yesterday, I was driving from Bridgeport back home, and the fact that, and I passed a digital billboard, and as it switched, I found myself turning my head to see what the next message was. And I was like, holy shit, what did I just do? In fact, my son called me out on it. He's like, Mom, you can't look at your phone when you're driving. You can't keep your eyes on the road. And I said, oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. I know that our brains are hardwired to notice things like this. And even though I'm aware of it and I'm trying to be a good driver, a temp driver, that hardwiring of my brain, the digital billboard caught my attention, but not in a good way. I'm like, by turning my head to see that change, I didn't see the message, and I'm certainly not going to go base any decision on how I spend my money on something that I flashed. But that's what I find so upsetting, is that a a static billboard, I could glance and see it, but the fact that the change, it's the switching of the image that I find super distracting. And that's the part that, and that plus at nighttime, the visual problem I would have, I definitely think it's a safety issue, and that the problems outweigh any possible benefits. So I strongly oppose. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Kristen?
Yep, hi, Kristen Lezzie, 51 Milesfield Avenue. I would just like to say that I am actually for the digital billboards. I don't have a doctorate or a master's, but I do also, like some of the others on the call, have a driver's license. And I also drive for a living. So I am on 95 every day, all day. The one thing I just want to kind of add to some of those people with the digital billboards being so distracting, especially at nighttime, that's probably not the best time for them to be driving. But regardless, even the static billboards, how often are you guys like looking up at these billboards and the billboards changing? Because they are all over 95. It is 2020. This is the quote unquote digital age. And this is where we're heading regardless. So I understand aesthetics, this and that, but this is where the billboards, this is where advertisement is moving. And, you know, Milford being kind of right in the gateway and in the heart of 95, you know, this is something that we do need to consider. So, you know, I know there's a lot of people that may have been driving for quite some more time than I have, but you know, this is kind of the way everything's going and moving forward. So
Thank you, Kristen.
Okay, so now I see some hands, but they're people who I believe spoke before. I guess
Nobody's getting a second bite at the apple tonight.
Okay, so no one who's already spoken is going to speak again. Is there anyone that we have missed who would like to speak? And again, you can register it with the little blue hand that would be in participants, or I will now go across the screen, and if your video is on, you can wave, and then we will recognize you. So I'm going to take a quick look. No one's waving here. No one's waving here. And no one's waving here. So I'm going to scroll back. Okay. Mr. Chair, I believe we have heard from everyone.
Okay. Very good. Kevin, I did say that you could wrap up your thoughts.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. And I just would like to, you know, thank you for the patience with the public hearing. And I think it's good to get all of the issues out and said before the public hearing is closed, so I appreciate it. Just very briefly, once again, as I had stated in the beginning, the statistics would be presented to the board tonight if they existed with respect to distracted driving. I want to say for the record, once again, these are not flashing signs. The studies or the articles that were presented by Mr. Sulkus, which was one of the reasons the hearing was kept open, many of those are just industry pieces or anti-billboard propaganda. I mean, one of them even showed a picture of the Grinch, I think, floating down the East River in New York, for example. So my point being with that is that this application specifically limits to 6 sites on I-95 in Milford only. And I view this personally, and I view it, the application team views it professionally as a natural evolution of the billboard industry that started off with wood or metal paint, going to canvas, going to vinyl, and now this is just the next natural step in this. So the safety concerns, I really think that that has been answered several times by us, and we've tried to answer every single question possible with respect to that. I appreciate everyone's time and everyone's comments. And I think that the application is better as a result of the vetting process and the grist mill that we've gone through with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep. Who's that?
Mr. Chair, Joe Agro. I'm sorry, I got passed over. I was trying to speak and I got passed over.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I had my 3 minutes prepared to talk about the business impact, but in deference to your request, I will pass that all by and share one story of safety that goes back a long time. When Sikorsky was looking for its location, they came to Milford in the 50s and wanted to put their facility on the river in Milford up by Beard's Sand and Gravel Pit. And a group of people organized and blew smoke about the safety issues, and they got the PTAs to band together to say how unsafe it would be to fly the helicopters over Milford, and because they might crash on the schools. And that is how Milford denied Sikorsky the right to come to Milford. We have lost all the tax benefit. And last time I checked, they still fly their helicopters over Milford. It's a safety issue. I think that we can put, this is a reasonable analogy to what's going on here, that these signs are everywhere. They are coming, they are here to stay, and they will be a huge economic boom to draw people off of the 95 corridor and into Milford for business. I thank you. Good night.
Okay, at this point, David has said there's nobody raising their hand.
I just want to check with one person, because I know that we already heard from Gary Open and we already heard from Gene Servine. And I can't remember, there's a guy named Sam, if we heard from Sam.
No, you haven't. And it's actually a girl named Sam.
I'm sorry.
Well, the girl named Sam, say your name and
That's
address for the
okay.
record, please.
My name is Sam Kilbride, and I live.
Uh-oh, we're losing you.
My name is Sam Utzler Kilbride. I live at 26 Sand Street in Milford.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak against the billboard. I'm surprised that nobody's really brought up a lot of the studies other than Sweden, where there's more recent studies that are here. Like 2015 study in Florida and Alabama showed a 25 and 29% higher crash rate disproportionately. A number of them were rear and side swipe collisions, which are typical of distracted driving. There's one from MIT. I mean, it's pretty easy to Google it. And I do find it distracting. And what these studies all have in common is that it's the switch, that's when the distracted driving comes, because your eyes are automatically drawn to this when the billboard switches. So it's not so much that it's just static there. And that's why it's different from a static billboard, just a hand-painted one or a regular billboard. So I'm concerned that, and I understand that we're in a new age, et cetera, but every scientific study that comes down says, our kids have too much media, it's affecting our brains, it's distracting, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't, I'm a little confused as to why, people are just kind of calling out the science, as BS. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, there's just one other person who is new and has not spoken, and that is Cheryl.
Cheryl, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Cheryl Capielli, 234 Grinnell Street in Milford. I wanted to speak in opposition to the billboards. I truly realize that it's an issue in people's minds whether or not they're just balancing business against safety. I won't go that far, but I do think that even though you aren't focused when you're driving totally on the billboard, it's just one more distraction. We have so many distractions now. I do feel it's just unsafe to have so many in such a close proximity. Milford is a wonderful place, and I do feel that I'd like to just see driving maintained safely, and to have more reasons to be distracted along that corridor is just going to increase the accidents. We have enough, even though now the traffic is more reduced with this COVID-19, I do think it's going to start picking up dramatically in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
And just when I thought we were done, we have one more new voice, Mark Clark.
Hey, Mark Clark, 50 Field Court in Milford. I just want to express my support. And the reason I say that it's not something that the federal DOT, if there was a problem with these things, the NTSB, the federal DOT, these are everywhere. They're on I-80 in Colorado going all the way up to the ski mountains. There's thousands of people driving there every day. And I think that if the federal government hasn't deemed these things to be unsafe, and they're all over the country, I think that it's a big reach for us to say that they're unsafe. I think everyone needs to drive their car, keep their eyes on the road. And I think we're really getting into minutia here and hurting our business. And finally, these billboards will also generate use tax revenue and personal property tax revenue, because in addition to the real estate tax that they generate, these are computers. So those are also taxable entities which will generate income for the town. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, that's it. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Public hearing's closed. I would ask the board to have any questions or any discussion that, or any statements that they'd like to make, to do it now. Any questions or comments from the board?
Chairman,
yep.
I'd like to thank Mr. Sulkus for the compendium he supplied us of the 22 studies that were done in various countries, several of which were done in the United States. Okay. He did an excellent job gathering that information and supplying it to the board. And I wish that it was also, I don't know if he supplied it to Mr. Crusaden, but Mr. Crusaden ought to take a good look at all that information.
Thank you, Joe.
I will tell you that I did supply it to Mr. Crusaden.
Thanks, Dave.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'd hear a motion. So we have some potential motions there.
Mr. Chairman,
The advice of council is, even if you're opposed, somebody should make it a motion to approve. We're going to need 6 affirmative votes, but we need a motion to approve, maybe with the language in our package that says that any future applications need a special permit and a public hearing. And if in fact it does not get 6 votes, then it fails, and then the motion then the application fails. So just so we all understand that, we kind of got bit when somebody made a motion to deny, and it came back around to bite them. So, but we need to hear a motion.
And Mr. Chair, just for point of clarification, if it's a motion that would change the language to be a special permit, is it the board's intent to have that include the ones that are in this application? Because if you're
no, the understanding that I had was that this application is for 6 specific sites, and it does not preclude future sites that meet the same requirements from being part of an application. So what the language is, or would be that these are 6 come in and they're permitted if in fact they got 6 votes, and any future transitions from traditional to digital would need a special exception or a special permit and a public hearing.
okay, so the issue is that you are approving language. So you can't approve language for these billboards and have different language for future billboards.
I don't know that that's true, David.
That the language you're approving tonight is for a site plan review. That's the language you're approving tonight. So if you're approving different language, then that's different language, and that will.
Joe, are you on the call? Joe Griffith,
Yes, I am.
would you please weigh in? I disagree with what David's saying. Repeat it again for Joe, please, David.
Okay. The board, this application is for language to allow digital billboards.
Yeah.
So you have before you language that, and you have an application for these 6 locations under this language. You can't approve this language and then say, oh, wait a second, future billboards are going to be special permits. That's different language. So you're either going to approve language that changes these applications, because you can modify language to say that all people who are coming in for digital billboards, it's going to be a special permit if that's what you want, or it's going to be a site plan if that's what you want. But you can't approve these tonight as site plans and then say, oh, everyone else in the future, you're a special permit. Can't do that.
If I understand you, I agree with you, Dave, that if you are going to approve the amendment to the regulations requiring a special permit, then henceforth any application for a digital billboard would require a special permit.
Exactly.
Am I saying the same thing as you are, Dave?
Yes, you are. We are saying the same thing. Because it's not.
So then for clarification, David, if the language that would say that, okay, we'll go for a regulation change that allows for digital billboards as long as it is a special permit, then these applications would come one at a time in for a special permit.
That's what they would have to do.
Okay. Well, at any rate, so if there's any questions on that from the board, please ask them now. If not, I would hear a motion, either however you want to make the motion as an individual board member. But we do need a motion tonight.
Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Sulkus. So what, Mr. Sulkus, what is the, I apologize, what is the language needed in order to go through with that special permit motion?
If you're doing a special permit, then there's language in the proposed regulation change. And I believe Mr. Crusaden had touched on it in his introduction, that there's like one line in there that says, let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Board presentation. Okay. Yeah, it's slowly coming up, but okay. So in okay. Electronic billboards. Subject to all other provisions, limitations of these regulations, electronic billboard signs shall be allowed in the LICD1 ID zoning district, subject to zoning permit and the following additional conditions and safeguards. So you would substitute zoning permit and say special permit. Because the zoning permit, you can just come into the office and get a permit. If your intent is to have a special permit, then you would change that language and say special permit.
And the special permit would require, each specific billboard would require a public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Crusaden agrees with me.
That's clear. Now it's clear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, can I go forward with this this motion, even if I slaughter it? Do you mind chiming in?
Go for it.
All right. So I move to approve with the following conditions the petition of Kevin Crusaden for changes to Article 5, Section 5.2.1, 5.2.5, 5.3.6, and 11.2 to allow for electronic digital billboard signs, effective date August 7th, 2020, with the condition of modifying to make each billboard request a separate application for a special permit.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Yes, I read the compendium that was sent to us by Dave. And out of the 22 studies that were done, I came up with about 18 that were negative out of the 22. So to me, the evidence is overwhelming that this is really not a safe thing to do. And also the economic impact. How do we know that Milford businesses are even going to advertise on these billboards? They could be businesses from wherever. So I don't think there will be any economic impact on Milford businesses. That has not been shown. So I'm not going to be voting in favor of this.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments or questions or statements?
Jim.
Yep. Mr. Cater.
Yeah, I'm still not for this either. I know they're saying the reports are reflecting that there is no distraction, but like Sarah and Sam said, it's happened to me twice. It's not the idea of a billboard, it's the idea of something changing. Catches my eye. I found myself twice looking at it. I know I'm not unique. If I'm doing it, Sarah's doing it, and Sam feels that's the case, other people are doing it. It's only gonna be a matter of time. And as far as, representing what the city wants, I'm feeling a lot of backlash from this. So at what point are we, if we're going to make a decision, are we representing the people of Milford? What do they want? You asked the bulk of people other than business people, and I do understand, and they did a good presentation, and I feel for them. And I could possibly use this business-wise too for my businesses, but I think bulk of Milford is not for this. So just my 2 cents.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Anyone else? Any member of the board like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion. We have a second. Meg, would you call the roll? So just so you're clear, we have a motion in the affirmative. If you don't want that to happen, then be against the motion.
Okay. Ms. Austin.
With the motion.
Mr. Broster.
With the motion.
Mr. Castiglione.
Oh, I can't hear him. Joe.
Against the motion.
Mr. Cater.
Against the motion.
Mr. Collegian.
He's for the motion.
He's with the motion. All right. Ms. Kearney.
Where's
Peg?
Peggy. Hold on. Where's Peggy? Peggy. There she is. Okay, Peggy. Are you?
Against the motion.
She's against the motion.
She's against the motion. Mr. Mortimer.
With the motion.
Mr. Moore.
For the motion.
Mr. Moore's with the motion. Mr. Sadi.
Against the motion.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman Quish.
I'm against the motion.
Okay, what do you have, David?
I have 1 with, 2 with, 3 with, 4 with. I have 5 withs. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against. So they're tied, which means the motion failed.
Okay, that's that.
Let me double check it. Hold on. 1, 2. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. They were a tie vote. Motion failed.
Okay, moving on. Does anybody want to take, members of the board, does anybody want to take 5 minutes? Or you want to just keep moving?
Mr. Sadi would like to take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Me as well.
All right, let's
Yeah,
take
5 minutes would be great.
Okay.
Yep, okay. We have 9:46. We'll come back at 9:51.
Okay.
There's not 22 studies. That was misinformation. No, there wasn't 22 studies. I was wrong. Not correct at all.
Please unmute. Please mute yourself, everybody.
Sorry, that was me. I'm so sorry.
everybody back?
I am.
Okay.
Next order of business is hereby August 24th, vote by October 28th, 30 Bridgeport Ave, Zone CDD2, petition by Charles Spath for a special permit with site plan review to construct a deck within 25 feet of the mean high water line on map 18, block 363, parcel 3A, of which Edward and Sharon Chicos are the owners. The applicant has the mic.
Good night. My name is Danielle Costa. I'm with Elizabeth Development, 17 Frost Hill Road, Trumbull, and we are representing Edward and Sharon Chicos, owners of property 30 Bridgeport Avenue. So we are seeking a special permit to rebuild a deck identical to the deck existing in 1969 at their property, which used to be and would be within 25 feet of the mean high water line. The current deck is not in a good condition. A portion was rotten and removed, so we want to rebuild based on the existing deck in 1969. As you can see on the, let me share here. Oh, you got it there. There's a picture that shows the deck in 1969.
Oh, hold on. If you would like to share, I'll stop sharing, and then you can share what you'd like.
Oh, let me see. Screen. Is it working?
I
Can you see my?
I see mine. I don't see yours.
Do you see it now?
I do not.
Try it again.
You hitting the screen share button on the bottom, the green one?
Yes.
Okay. And then you grab, it'll give you a choice of things to show.
Stop recording. Oh, no.
Well,
I guess you can share. Yeah, I guess you can share yours. Mine is not working.
Okay. Okay, let me get that back up.
So rebuilding the deck the way it used to be in 1969, it would not interfere in any way with the dock or the water.
Okay. Do you see it?
No.
How about now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Come on, that's it. Come on. There we go. So there's the deck.
Yes.
And on your floor plan, there's the deck there.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Do you want to continue? Do you want me to show something else?
No, I believe that's it.
Okay.
Any questions?
David, would you go
Sure.
and give us your administrative study and an analysis of
Sure.
the city's response?
Sure. The applicant proposes a renovation to the existing house that includes a new garage and deck. The new deck is 22 feet from the mean high water line. Because the deck is within 25 feet of the mean high water line, the application is a special permit per section 4.1.16.2. Inland wetlands required additional notation and deed language for the as-built. The city engineer requires underground drainage improvements for the overall site construction. The project is exempt from coastal site plan review under section 512.2, subsection 2, and 512.2, subsection 7. So really the only reason why this is here is because of its distance from the mean high water line.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Again, okay, so this is a public hearing. We will open the public hearing. And if anyone would like to speak in favor of the application, please raise your hand on the Zoom app or wave on the screen if you're.
Okay, so I see no blue hands raised, and I'm scanning our videos of people, and I see no one waving.
Okay, so does anybody wish to speak against the application?
I see no blue hands waved. I see no people waving for attention. So I see no one.
Okay, so if we'll give that another 30 seconds, and if no one wants to weigh in, then we will close the public hearing. Just want to make sure that everyone has a chance. Okay, we still clean, David?
Yep.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Cater.
I noted the one thing in there about the city engineer with the drainage. I didn't hear if that was resolved or does that need to be added, David? I saw at the bottom there.
There's an overall project for this. You know, this isn't just, you're just seeing the deck. So
okay.
All you need is the deck, but there's a greater project there that ultimately the city engineer will sign off on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I would hear a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Motion to,
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve as presented the petition by Elizabeth Design Development for a special permit with site plan review to construct a deck within 25 feet of the mean high watermark line on map 18, block 363, parcel 3A, of which Edward and Sharon Chicos are the owners.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, Meg, would you call the roll?
Ms. Austin. With the motion. Mr. Broster.
with the motion.
Mr. Castagnoli.
With the motion.
Mr. Cater.
With the motion.
Mr. Collegian. With the motion. Ms. Kearney is with the motion. Mr. Mortimer.
With the motion.
Mr. Moore.
With the motion.
Mr. Sadi.
Give me a second.
Okay.
He's on the other page, so let's see what he's doing. He is giving a thumbs up.
Okay, Mr. Sadi is with the motion. Chairman Cush.
With the motion.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Good luck with your deck.
Thank you.
Next order of business is 132 Shelland, petition by Jeff Gordon for special permit with site plan review for proposed manufacturing facility on map 62, block 936, parcels 913, 15, and 16H, which D'Amato Brothers Builders, LLC, and Jordan Realty are the owners.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just for the record, my name is Thomas Lynch. I'm an attorney with the law firm Lynch, Trimbecki, and Boynton, and my office is located here in Milford at 63 Cherry Street. And David, if you could, can you make the screen available to share with me?
Oh, of course. Yeah, you're available.
I'm there.
Yeah, you're there. Just go to the green thing on the bottom and click.
Got it. Okay. So I am very pleased to be here tonight representing my client, Valley Tool and Manufacturing, LLC. Howard Turner, the president of the company, is on Zoom with us, along with Paul Beckwith, who's the senior production manager of the company. I'm also making this presentation to you tonight along with my good friends Jeff Gordon and Bob Weway from Codispodi and Associates. Jeff and Bob worked tirelessly to put together the site plan that they're going to be going through the elements of with you. We also had a traffic study that was prepared by Steve Ullman from Benesh and Company out of Glastonbury. Steve has appeared before this board numerous times, offering expert testimony as to the effect of any project on traffic in the area, and he has provided the board with a written report to that effect. And then lastly, Phil Clark, who's an architect with Claris Construction of Newtown. Claris is the designer of the building and will be constructing the building, and Phil will go through the elements of the floor plan and the elevations of this quite spectacular building that we're presenting to you tonight. So just by way of background, Valley Tool is a major defense and aerospace parts contractor for local defense industries, most notably Lockheed Martin Sikorsky. This construction represents a homecoming of some sorts for the company. It's actually the combination of three companies. The present Valley Tool Company has also merged with Maurer Metalcraft, which I'm sure many of the board members who have been in Milford for years knew Fritz Maurer, who had started the business after World War II, and also Eddie Pohl, who had started Milford Fabricating and ran that company until it was just recently merged this past year with Valley Tool. So Valley Tool currently has its facility at Prindle Hill Road in Orange. There's actually two facilities, the main headquarters on Prindle Hill Road, which comprises a 60,000 square foot building. And then there's a second site on Bick Drive in the former Bick building with some 40,000 square feet in that building. So both of those sites are rented facilities, and the company is very excited to purchase this property and construct this building and really move the company forward going through the next decades. Howard had put together a statement of use, which is part of the documents that we submitted to you on July 7th, basically stating the nature of the business, the number of employees at the two sites on Prindle Hill Road and Bick Drive. The facility is going to have staggered shifts between 6 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. And the current employment at the two sites totals 140 employees, and there's a envision here to expand the employee base to some 200 once the building is constructed. So I wanted to go to the site plan, just briefly touch on that, and then Jeff will be going through the major elements of that. But the property is located in the HDD zone and the LI zone, and both zones are industrial in nature. The property is, you're probably well familiar by taking a site visit, is located in the western end of town. The property runs between Shellen Street and Plains Road. There's a total aggregate of some 7.4 acres that will comprise the property. There's actually a portion of the property that's being purchased from Jim Beard. The larger portion of the property is being purchased from the D'Amato brothers to put together this full site. The use is zoning compliant in both the HDD zone and the LI zone. We have applied for a special permit along with that, but the use itself of a manufacturing facility is a permitted use in both of those two zones. The facility is going to be built in 2 phases. Phase 1 is this portion of the building. It's going to comprise of some 60,000 square feet of office and manufacturing space. And phase 2 will be some 43,000 square feet that will have mostly manufacturing operations in that portion of the building. So it'll be a total of 103,000 square feet. It's a very large building that is conducive to this area of town. That's why these zones were put in place to encourage industrial development in this area of town. And you know, we stress throughout our presentation to you that this is a use that's appropriate for this piece of property. As I said, the property is located between Plains Road and Shelland. There'll be parking and deliveries coming off of Shelland Street here with a parking lot of 80 spaces. The employee lot will be in this area of the property during the construction of phase 1 prior to the completion of the 2nd phase of the building. And then when that phase is completed, the employee parking lot will be located here on the easterly end of the property. There is a access way that runs along the side of the building. Jeff will be going into the details as to the nature of the use of that, but it will not be used for traffic. And one of the things that we really want to stress, because I know that especially when we handled the Tribus Brewery application a couple of years ago, some of the neighbors in the Cornfield and Harvest Lane area were concerned about traffic. We want to allay any fears about that. The Shelland Street entrance will be used for all deliveries, all truck deliveries, and most of the executive employee parking will be in this area. The parking lot coming to the east of the property will have a gate on it, and as Jeff has shown on the site plan, there will also be signage directing any employees to leave the site, to take a left and then go around Plains Road through the intersection here with Shelland, and then exit out Shelland Street to Vic Drive. So all traffic coming onto site is envisioned to be utilizing either the Shelland Street entrance here, or for the employee parking lot, they will have to come in and they will be instructed to come into the gated area here. And then when they leave at the end of their shifts, there'll be signage saying no left turns on Plains Road. All traffic will be directed to the west. So, you know, that was really done in consideration of concerns that any of the neighbors in that area would have. There is signage on Plains Road that does prohibit truck traffic anyway, but we want to stress to you that any of the employee traffic itself will be directed on site from Shelland into the lot, and then exit going out that way as well. So with that, I want to turn things over to Jeff. He's going to go through the elements of the site plan along with Bob talking about drainage and comments in response to Greg Podluski's memorandum. I then will have Steve talk about the traffic report that he submitted, and then conclude with Phil Clark going through the elements of the building itself. So Jeff, I can click off sharing screen and turn the baton over to you.
Very good.
Okay.
And do I have permission to share screen yet?
You should.
Okay, excellent.
There you go.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I'll try to avoid repeating a lot of what Attorney Lynch said. He covered a good portion of the site planning. But to look here at the existing conditions map, Shelland Street here on the west side of the property is about 50 feet lower in grade than the land up along Tranquility Way. And Tranquility Way is a is a private road and it is a residential street immediately adjacent to this light industrial and Housatonic Design District property. There is an extensive buffer alongside Tranquility Way. And what we've tried to do in the development of this property is to cut a shelf in and to really be lower with the bulk of the building than this area, and to keep it well screened in harmony with your regulation. If I go to the next sheet, the proposed lot consolidation map, this is a map that would need to be filed upon all the approvals and the closing and acquisition of the property, because this is a multitude of parcels. There's one parcel along here, right along this frontage. Then there's a second parcel, a third parcel, a fourth parcel, a fifth parcel, a large sixth parcel here, and then the property being acquired from Jordan Realty becomes a seventh parcel. And we do have the zone line bifurcating the property as is shown here. So in the design, we had to be compliant with both zones. The contract purchaser is, in being again aware of the concerns on Plains Road, went to the effort to acquire the Shellen Street property to have the frontage to be able to bring the bulk of the traffic down on to Shellen Street. As we go to the site plan, the master plan, again, as Attorney Lynch stated, we have primary parking lot is shown here to the south of the main building. Loading area is shown to the west. And again, it doesn't look like much, but this is a large buffer area that is being designated along the Tranquility Lane common property line. The access way here is a service access, also to provide for fire safety access. And during the first phase, this large area, which is about 40,000 square feet, will only be partially paved in order to provide access to an overhead door, which will be the connection to the phase 2 building and also to a dumpster pad area. And then again, we have the access out to the parking lot to the north and the east. Now you see the signage that says left turn only, no right turn. And then again, the automatic gate is shown over here. So this would not become a publicly accessed parking area. The other aspects of the site that are important to keep in mind is we did review the National Diversity Database, and this is not an area noting the presence of any state and federal listed species. Again, the building is going to be, actually the phase 1 building is going to be 64,000 square feet, about 61,000 square feet on the ground level, and just a hair under 3,000 square foot mezzanine area. And the architect will give you some insight as to how the building is laid out. Again, the main entrance and the handicap parking is shown in an area that would have less traffic than some of the other areas. The site does comply with all the setbacks, and we had to go through a calculation which we provided on the plans for Article 11 for building height. And as we go to the next sheet, we did some elevation analysis around the different sides of the building to determine the average grades to make sure that the building complied with height, and we did that. Also, as I will move forward, that plan here, we do show the cut along the embankment here to lower the site. The site is going to be setting the building at elevation 87.5. So if the road is somewhere around 60, you can see the building is 25 to 27 feet up in the air from Shellen Street, but it is about 30 feet lower than Tranquility. And then again, we have the existing vegetation that I'll show you in the landscape plan that provides a good buffer that's going to be supplemented. Mr. Weiwei will give you a little insight into how the drainage is factored in. And the erosion control plan basically shows all the different measures, the protections. Site of this nature, when you're doing the grading, you want to make sure that material doesn't migrate off-site. Most likely, most of the topsoil has already been stripped off of this site, but if there's any additional materials, we have an area here right in the phase 2 building slab area where we can locate topsoil. We don't anticipate there's much left on the site at this particular point in time. The site has been somewhat worked through the years. As we go to sheet SP5, the grading plan, I just want to give you a little bit better view as to what's taking place along Tranquility Lane. We have a row of existing white pine trees. We have 45 white pine trees that are approximately 50 feet tall. We have some existing oak trees that are substantial in size. We have existing 50-foot tall maple trees. And then we have 46 arborvitaes that are about 6 feet tall along the property line. And of course, we're going to be adding quite a few extra plants, a lot of evergreen trees, shade trees, some ornamental trees, shrubs, things to stabilize the soils. In factoring the required landscaping for the site, your requirements in section 5 have certain trees that we have to provide within the parking areas. And they have to be, evergreens have to be a minimum of 7 feet tall, shade trees, minimum 3-inch caliper, flowering trees, 8-foot height. And also we have to have areas equal to 10% of the parking lot areas set aside for landscaping. The shade trees, 1 per 5 parking spaces. And we've shown calculations for the parking areas and how we provided in one area 12.6%. At one time, we did entertain this phase 2 area, building an entire parking lot here, but as it's not necessary, and basically just to watch some of the state funds that are restricted, we're not going to pave that area. That area is going to be reserved. It's going to be either a grass or gravel area, but we did calculate even that to make sure that we would have had the required green area. We're required to have a certain amount of trees. We're required 28 qualifying trees. We have 38. We're going to have parking. Total requirement is 139 parking spaces. We're going to ultimately, for the full build out, have 141 spaces. In the initial build out, we're looking to build these 80 parking spaces to the south. We're going to build a handful of spaces in the phase 2 area. And then we have, I believe there's 61 parking spaces here on the north side. We have certain areas that are set aside as snow shelves. When we have certain areas that we can receive snow, that we have other areas where we can push the snow that'll go down and melt into the drainage ways. We have a drainage swale along the base of the cut slope. We have a snow shelf there, so when we push the snow there, it has a place to melt and run across. For the qualifying trees, again, I got the blue Atlas cedar, I got honey locust, cherry trees, spruce, pin oaks, and again, we have a plethora of large existing trees that we're able to maintain this buffer along Tranquility Lane. And we also have the added benefit of the topography change of this building being 30 foot lower than the area up here on Tranquility Lane. I think there was one other comment that was brought up by Mr. Podluski, and he wanted to be assured that there would not be traffic running back and forth along this access way. And while we do have, we are showing a transformer pad, we also can put in the high-density polyethylene jersey barriers. These are plastic jersey barriers that you can partially fill with sand or water, so they don't need a heavy piece of equipment to move them. They can be manually moved, but it would discourage traffic from going across from one lot or from one side to the other. Again, we're encouraging people to go Plains Road to Shellen Street over to Bick Drive. So I don't really have much more to share on these plans. The lighting plan will be covered with the architect. And I think, Tom, did we have Bob Weway should be up next to
Yes.
discuss the drainage.
Yep. Thank you.
I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, David, is it possible to set up the screen share?
David, you got it. You're mute.
Boy, that was a prize for a few people. Bob, you could just, yeah, click on the green button on the bottom of your screen. It says share screen. Do you see the green button? There you go.
Yep. Okay. Good evening, Commission members. My name is Robert Weway. I'm a professional engineer and principal with Codispodi & Associates, with our offices located at 263 Boston Post Road in Orange, Connecticut. What I'd like to do is just walk you through briefly the set of plans as it pertains to the existing conditions, the grading, and the storm drainage. So looking at the existing conditions map, sheet EC, we could see that the site lies within the Housatonic River watershed area, and the runoff both onto the site and off of the site is predominantly in a westerly direction, coming down from Tranquility Way, parallel to this, coming down the slopes, and then eventually reaching 1 and 2 discharge points. One, there's a head wall located at the southwest corner of the property in this location. And then there's also a drainage pipe just located off-site over and through here. So those are the two primary discharge points leaving the site. As Mr. Gordon pointed out, there's almost 50 feet of relief from the site, with the high point being down towards the southerly end of Tranquility Way, and the low point being at the northwest corner of Lot 10 from the Tower Heights subdivision. We've also, just to put it into perspective a little bit, we do have an aerial shot here, which kind of shows the site as it existed back in early 2020 when the photo was taken. So what you can see here, this is Tranquility Way coming down through here, which, as Mr. Gordon pointed out, that's a private drive. We have Plains Road off to the right-hand side here, and then the connection up to Shellen Street. So what's evident on this site is that there's been a lot of recent grading activities here, and this is all highlighted by the lightly colored material that's on the plan. So in essence, there's been a plateau or a flat area that's already been worked on the site in preparation for the building pad areas. The remaining areas, we do have that buffer area that Mr. Gordon pointed out between Tranquility Way and our site. Then heading over to the west, there's basically some brush area in through here that was cleared out quite a while ago, probably in conjunction with the Tower Heights subdivision, which dates back about 20 years. There's more recent activity. The commission may be familiar with this. This is the Malaco site, which I believe came before the commission's review a couple of years ago. So there's been a lot of earthworks and grading activity that's taken place in through here, both in conjunction with the Malaco property as well as the adjacent property here. And then we've got the Arboreta site over in here, which comprises additional land area from Jordan Realty. So you can see they're utilizing this for storage area and then lay down area up and through here with the parking. All right, so I gotta figure out. So getting back to moving over to the grading plan, which is sheet SP3 of the plan set. What you can notice on there is that we've developed the site grading to basically take as much advantage of the existing site as possible. As I pointed out earlier, there is a substantial amount of drainage that comes onto our property from Tranquility Way. And the majority of that is sheet flow. There are a couple of drainage pipes which do drain onto our property, as well as a swale area that was created as part of the Malico development that kind of rerouted some of the drainage onto our property and ultimately carried it down to the head wall down in Sheldon Street. So the first thing that we did is, in terms of setting up our plan, was to basically take all the off-site drainage and reroute it through our site so that we wouldn't have to be encumbered with providing additional treatment and storage of it. So what we've done, when you take a look at the plan, we do have a cut slope that's coming down off of Tranquility Way, and then we've included drainage swales basically along this whole perimeter parallel to that Tranquility Way and the building. So all the runoff is coming in predominantly from off-site as well as some of our on-site is going to be carried away. There's a high point back in this transformer location area. So the intercepted drainage from the southerly side will flow down through the swale and then discharge through the existing swale and eventually reach the head wall down on Sheldon Street. For the northerly portion, likewise, there's a drainage swale through here. We're proposing a catch basin to collect at a low point here, and that'll be redirected across the parking lot and then discharging down into a secondary swale, which will carry the runoff around the perimeter of the site and then eventually reaching and hooking back up with that 15-inch discharge pipe that's presently existing. So all told, with the development that we have proposed with the building areas as well as the parking areas, we're going to be adding approximately 3.8 acres of impervious surface coverage to the project area. And as a result of that, increases in runoff could be expected if left unmitigated. And as part of our stormwater management plan, we've included a number of design features to intercept, collect, and treat the runoff from the site. So for the most part, we have all of our interior drainage, all the roof drainage, all the parking drainage, whether it's for the southerly lot or the northerly lot, is all going to be collected through an underground pipe system, which for all of our parking, everything's going to be carried around the building and then collected down to a central location up in this general area near the entrance of Sheldon Street, where it will be discharged into a water quality structure. And that water quality structure will be in harmony with deep requirements for providing 80% total suspended solids removal from the water stream. And we're providing additional benefit in the proposed detention basin to provide additional water quality treatment, which will basically be in this section of the basin. And then for the less frequent storms, the detention basin will be utilized for detaining the higher frequency storm events, with an ultimate discharge coming out through the northwest corner and making the connection into the existing drainage system up and through that area there. So the detention basin is twofold. We'll be providing water quality enhancements as well as control of peak rates of runoff with regards to the project area. The site will be serviced by all major utilities. There's an existing sanitary sewer line out on Sheldon Street, and when the Tower Heights subdivision was built, there is an existing sanitary lateral which extends up to the property. We'll be installing a manhole up on top of that lateral for an ultimate connection into the proposed building. Likewise, we've got public water supply coming in off of Shellen Street. There will be both where both domestic and fire service will be provided. There's also a gas service connection available out on Shellen Street, and that will be coming up from Shellen Street also. With regards to the electric service, what we're proposing now is to have a transformer up in this general location here. We do have utility poles, existing utility poles that are already in those locations. So those will be coordinated with United Illuminating to verify that they have sufficient capability to provide the service off of those poles. If not, then a separate service will need to be brought in from Plains Road to service the building. With regards to the sanitary, I'm not sure if the letter has made its way into the file, but we did receive approval from the Sewer Commission for the sanitary sewer connections that are coming in from the proposed building. And I guess the last item that I'll touch on briefly, there was a review letter from your city engineer, Greg Podlutsky, dated July 1st of 2020. And he has a number of items in there and recommendations which were labeled A through N. And we will be providing, or we will be meeting all those requirements on our final set of submission plans to him, as well as providing the detailed stormwater management calculations for the development. And we will also be including up in this general area here, because there will be some floor drains located within the proposed building. So we will be also incorporating an oil water separator for tie-in to the sanitary sewer line. So those details will be worked out with the engineering department, and we will be meeting all of his requirements. So that basically wraps up, my overview of it. If the commission has any questions, I'll certainly be willing to answer them. Other than that, I'll turn it over to Steve Ullman, and he could take care of the traffic issues. And I guess we'll turn it back over.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Ullman. I'm a registered traffic engineer, professional engineer with the state of Connecticut. I work for Alfred Benish Company out of Glastonbury, Connecticut. We did the traffic analysis for you for this development. As been stated, full build of the development will be 104,086 square feet with 141 spaces. To let you know, this will be going to the OSTA for their review. It does meet the thresholds. It's over 100,000 square feet. So once we're through with you, we will be submitting to the OSTA for their certification. One of the issues we have with this is we're in the middle of a pandemic, and counts could not be done for this development. The traffic volumes on the roadways in Connecticut have been significantly lower than normal volumes. I was in contact with the Department of Transportation Planning Bureau a week and a half ago, and we're still seeing volumes that are 70 to 80% of normal volumes. And the DOT has no idea when we're going to be able to do traffic counts. The issue is that if I do traffic counts now and I grow them, we won't have the turning movements or percentages correct. So no counts were done. However, I did go through the crash data from the Yukon Crash Repository for the 3-year period from January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2019 for the intersections of roadways surrounding the site, especially down Big Drive, subway down towards 95. A review of the data shows there are no crash patterns that would indicate there are any geometrical roadway improvements necessary in the area. I did do a traffic generation for this development using the ITE trip generation manual, 10th edition from 2017 with the 2020 supplement. We used land use 140, manufacturing. This is the land use most closely represents Valley Tool, what they'll be doing at the site with their building. for 104,086 square feet. There will be a total of 489 trips we anticipate. During the AM peak hour, there will be 65 trips on the roadway, 50 entering, 15 exiting. In the PM peak hour, we anticipate there will be 70 trips, 22 entering, 48 exiting. As has been mentioned several times, all truck traffic will access the site off of Shellen Street. All employees will be directed to access the site via Bick Drive subway up to Bick Drive to Shellen and around either the Plains or park in the main lot out on the Shellen Street lot. The number of trips we anticipate to be generated is consistent with what would be expected for a building in the LI HDD zones in Milford. Many of the different uses allowed by right in the zone would generate more traffic than would be anticipating for a building this size of general manufacturing. And as I said, the development will also be reviewed by the OSTA for additional traffic impacts. And we do not believe, as our professional opinion, that the additional traffic generated by the proposed Valley manufacturing facility will adversely affect or adversely affect the safety of the roadway network. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the team.
And I think we're going to have Phil wrap it up with his elevations and the rendering of the building he designed. Phil?
Hi, thank you. We're going to need the screen if we can get it.
Okay, so you should be able to just click on the green button on the bottom. There you go.
So you got that on the screen, is it?
Yep.
Great, thanks. So I'm Phil Clark. I'm a licensed architect in Connecticut. I'm also with Claris Construction, and we're the, as stated before, the design build firm. And our headquarters is out of Newtown, Connecticut. Justin Robarge is with me as well. He's the project architect. He's also a millennial and can run this computer for me too. So our presentation should be pretty quick. On the screen, you'll see a rendering we did of the building. Our client's requirements were it to be aesthetically pleasing and a welcoming facility. He does have a lot of clients that do come to the facility. So it was important to him that it just wasn't a typical manufacturing warehouse type building. He also did not want the truck docks and trucks be seen from the main entrance. The structure is a Butler building, a pre-engineered metal building. We kind of enhanced the front and the facade. We are using an upgraded white vertical siding on most of the building. And then on the southwest corner is where the offices are located. And that's where you see the blue metal panel as well. That's architectural panel. We're changing it up from the standard vertical panel. We also added windows, enlarged the windows to give it a better visual effect, as well as we pulled out the vestibule to give it some nice shadow lines and give it some nice feature on the front of the building. The loading docks, you see we pushed back about 125 feet, I believe, that on the left, as you in the parking lot, you came and see the location of the loading docks. We also enhanced the landscaping to try and buffer that area as well. We are also proposing a parapet at the top here that hides the roof line, which is a gabled end roof line with the ridge right where my hand is here, splaying both ways from the ridge. So that gives it a more professional look. This is a two-story office piece as described by Attorney Lynch earlier on. That's about 3,000 square feet on the second floor. I think I do have a floor plan. So this is the main entrance down here. This is a two-story office area where my cursor is. That is the main entrance right here would be the employee entrance. Over here, of course, loading docks, shipping and receiving, and then manufacturing throughout the rest of the facility. This piece is just showing the enlargement of the second floor. Do I have the photometric? This one? This is a photometric plan of the lighting, of the site lighting. You obviously can't read it too well, but there's no lighting, any light at all leaving anywhere near the site perimeter boundaries. There are pole lights, 20-foot tall pole lights, I believe 13 of those, all fully, they're all fully cut off, full cutoffs. And then we have 24 full cutoff wall mount fixtures along the building as well. All LEDs, all 100,000 hour LED lights. The wall packs will be painted the same color as the wall panel. If I go back to the rendering, you see these upper high windows. They are shown on the drawing. There's a debate right now as far as maintenance of these windows, as well as solar glare. We're trying to decide if they're even going to be on the south or east side, but they're shown right now, and there may not be as many as you see in the final version. That really concludes our architectural piece of the puzzle. Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to wrap things up with a couple of points. First of all, on behalf of my clients, as well as all the team that was working on this, we really wanted to thank both Joe and David very much for the consideration that they gave to us presenting this application or getting it to the point where we could present it to you. My clients were under contractual time restraints. I won't go into any great details about that, but I think you can understand that with any major land transaction, and there was some delays with the virus and getting plans to this point. We were under a strict timeline, and David and Joe were really great in trying to accommodate that. And one of the things that we're going to be asking for you at the conclusion of the hearing is to hopefully vote affirmatively on this application tonight, unless there's some major questions that we can't address. As Bob had mentioned, there were some points that Greg Podleski had raised in his review memo. We've agreed. Bob met with Greg, and he knows what those things are. There's nothing in there that's of any major import. The one thing that we are going to have a follow-up discussion with Chris Saley, the Public Works Director, is the sidewalk issue. We feel that, perhaps, typically in these industrial areas, you have sidewalks to nowhere, and perhaps there can be some consideration on that, i.e. sidewalks along the frontage of the building as you come in off of Shellen, but see if we can have some form of a consideration or a concession on the sidewalk issue on Plains Road. Bob also mentioned, as of yesterday, last week, we still hadn't gotten a letter from the Sewer Commission, but that's been resolved. So again, any approval from the board would be conditional upon the Sewer Commission approval, but it's an administrative approval. The water usage standards that Bob submitted to Beverly Hayes at the sewer office were such that this would not have to go before the Sewer Commission. So with that, we think this is a great project. It's a beautiful building. You don't have to be a math major to figure out, based on our mill rate here in Milford and the cost of constructing this building. And my clients told me there's going to be some $50 million worth of machinery inside of the building. It's going to be a huge tax generator for the city of Milford. And Valley Tool is anxious to become a corporate citizen in town and continue the the fine work that the city's administration has done in encouraging businesses to come to town. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. And we tried to be as brief as possible, but we also wanted to touch base on all the important issues. So we appreciate it. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you all for your presentation. David, I'll ask you to give us a quick overview of your administrative review, as well as concerns from any city departments. We also have to look at the clock. We will need kind of an analysis of how many people are waiting to speak. We do need a 2/3 majority to go past 11 o'clock. And so we're right close to that right now. So if you would just give us the review of your recap of your administrative review, we will address whether or not we want to try to continue on with the public hearing tonight or not. But we'll hear your administrative review first.
Okay. The applicant proposes to construct an 104,086 square foot manufacturing facility, which will be constructed in 2 phases. Approval is being sought for both phase 1 and phase 2 under this application. The first phase will be 61,113 square feet building with a 2,973 square foot mezzanine. The second phase will be 40,000 square feet. When both phases are complete, the site will have 141 spaces, 80 access from Shellen Street and 61 from Plains Road. The amount of parking provided is calculated at 1 per 750 square feet. There are 2 distinct independent parking areas provided on the site. Shellen Street provides some parking and access to the loading docks. More parking and trash removal facilities are accessed from Plains Road. The 2 parking areas are connected by a 12-foot wide limited access driveway that runs along the building parallel to Tranquility Way. The 2 lots combined are to create the site and are both in the LI and HDD zones. The setbacks of the buildings and sites are compliant for each of the 2 zones. A lot consolidation will be required prior to the DPLU issuing any permits if the project is approved. The total combined site size is 7.53 acres. The site has a proposed 12-foot wide service drive that links the Shellen Street parking area with the Plains Road parking area. A good site planning practice would recommend widening this driveway to 24 feet to accommodate 2-way traffic flow, which would not impact any existing mature landscaping parallel to Tranquility Way. A traffic study and correspondence dated 6/23/20 have been submitted and are included in part of the submission to the board. Trip generation information is provided for both phases of the proposed development. The city engineer has many comments. See his report. The applicant has indicated that time is of the essence on this project, and notwithstanding the schedule, not allowing for adequate time for certain commissions to review and respond. Should the board desire to take action on this application, a condition of this board's approval may be that its approval be subject to and conditioned on the review and approval of these commissions. Any amendments to the plan that are required as a review of these commission's reviews will be shown on amended site drawings reviewed by DPLU staff for conformance with the zoning regulations, and if determined significant, presented back to this board for review. And that's it.
Mr. Chairman, may I add one more comment, please?
Sure.
So David's report, and we weren't able to discuss this today because there's a couple of things that came in recently, but David's report was done the first week of July. Since then, Bob has been able to firm up things with the Sewer Commission. And then lastly, when I was reviewing the file for the MetroStar application, there's an email from Jay Kraniak, who's head of the police department's traffic division. He does the reviews for all zoning applications. I had emailed him the traffic study that we had. He had said to me that he was going to put together a temporary approval because of the police commission doesn't have meetings until September. And in fact, as part of the Smith file, there was or the MetroStar file, there was an email from Jay Kraniak to David received it. It was dated June 24th. And in that email, he indicated that there were two other plans, Shelland and Cherry Street, which I have forwarded up, which at this time would only be a temporary approval as we do not have any meetings until September. So I just wanted to state for the record, it appears that Sergeant Craniac has reviewed the plans and sent to the Police Commission a favorable report, but since they don't meet until September, it can't be formalized. I just wanted to add that for the record. And other than that, all the other city departments have reviewed and issued approval memos to the file.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Right now, we are pushing the limit of our 11 o'clock close time. I guess we would need a motion and a 2/3 majority to continue with the public hearing. David, do you have any kind of a feeling on how many people wanted to speak? Is there anybody in queue or?
We have one blue hand, but we could, we have 41 people who are watching the meeting. We have two blue hands. We have not a blue hand, but we have a couple of people waving. I can go through the screen and see how many people are going to wave. Who would like to speak tonight? Who? Okay, so wave your hand if you want to speak tonight. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me go to this screen. Wave your hands. 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we probably have 10 people roughly who want to speak, who are visible in the video that we can see. I mean, there's other people who I can't tell if they're waving or not waving because they don't have any video. So roughly 10 at the moment. Did we lose Mr. Chair? Uh-oh. I think we lost the chair.
Yeah, I did have a little bit of an issue with my connection, I guess. We do have 10 members that have things to do in the morning. I don't know that it makes any sense, and I think there's probably some bandwidth issues, definitely with me. I don't know about the rest of the board members, but to give this adequate consideration and to consider what the public wants to say. And I would advocate for keeping the public hearing open and putting it on the next meeting. I would like to hear any comments from the board members to either support that thought or to want to continue tonight.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. We can't really do that, a public hearing justice tonight. 10 more people, you know, and then other people may want to speak, and this may go on until midnight or past midnight. Okay, so I agree with you. We should put it off.
Mr. Cater, what do you think?
Well, I was kind of thinking I'd be okay with it, but Joe just made a really good point. It's even at 3 minutes at 10 people, that's 11:30. I'd like to go, but I kind of think it's going to be after midnight possibly, and I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's fair to
Some of
anybody.
us have to work tomorrow, Jim.
I don't, so I could do it, but I
just
do.
because you're
get that.
retired doesn't mean.
Is this something that could be considered at tomorrow night's meeting?
No, tomorrow night's regular meeting has been canceled.
Oh, okay.
We have two subcommittee meetings, but the regular meeting was canceled.
It's not notified.
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
Wait. He just made a motion to close the public hearing. You don't want to close the public hearing.
I don't think you can close it.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Keep the public hearing open. Yeah, my fault. I'm sorry.
I guess there is a bandwidth issue there. Yeah.
Yeah.
On my head, anyway. So
yeah,
yes. So we will
struggling.
continue this. We will continue.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Could I suggest that maybe if the people who are looking to speak are somewhat disciplined in keeping their comments short, that we could perhaps wrap this up tonight? I think in deference to the applicant and their time frame, as well as the people that have been waiting here for the 3 hours, could we give it a try?
Yeah, no, Joe, I appreciate that thought, and I would love to accommodate the public, but I don't personally have the bandwidth to give their thoughts proper consideration right now. I'm done. I'm sorry, and I think that it's yeah, I don't think it's fair to the applicant. I don't think it's fair to the public, and so we're gonna push this off to the next meeting. We have a couple of people on the board that have weighed in, and I see a couple of positive visual elements from people. So let's just do that and make sure we give this the attention that it deserves. It's a great project, and I think it's going to be a good asset for Milford. And if there's concerns from the public, we'll listen to them and give it full attention at the next meeting.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, considering time is of the essence, according to the developers, is it possible?
We lost you, John.
And take this up after the committee meetings?
It's not properly noticed, John. We cannot do it because we haven't noticed it properly.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can Dave take a, let's say, a show of hands as to how many people are for and how many people are against? Because if we have 10 people that are for it, we can just close the public hearing and vote on it.
But yeah, no, and I get that, and I would like to accommodate the applicant, but the process is that people have a right to speak, then the applicant has a right to rebut, and then the public has a right to come back. This could be really an hour or two, yeah. And I just think that that in deference both to the applicant and to the public, that it can't go on tonight. If the applicant wants to talk to staff about having another special meeting at a different time, if they're really crunched for time, and if we poll the, I mean, I don't even know if notice requirement still puts us at the first Tuesday of August or not. But anyway, unless someone wants to make a motion to keep this meeting open, and we have 2/3 that say yes, then we will stay open. If no one wants to make that motion, then we're going to continue this.
I make a motion to keep it open.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, let's, is there discussion?
So what is that actually, what is he actually saying? Was it, we going to keep it open and have it open for another meeting, or tonight we're not going to cancel it?
Carl, clarify your motion, please.
Make a motion to keep the meeting open to continue for this evening.
Oh, good.
Okay.
And so so who seconds?
Well, I second it. Is that to continue the meeting tonight?
Yes, that's the motion.
Oh, I don't second that.
Okay, do we have a second for Carl's motion?
Second.
Brett seconds. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. This is to keep the meeting going tonight. Do we have any further discussion?
One thing, is it possible if we vote to keep it going and he goes past 11:30, then we can reconsider to maybe, no, we have to keep going the whole time?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know either.
I'm done, but go ahead, have the vote. Answer the question, David.
I will tell you in the past what the board has done is they have generally voted in half-hour increments. So you would have this motion to go for another half hour.
Yeah.
Then at that point, you'd have another motion if you want to go another half hour.
Carl, do you want to change your motion, or do you want to put a time limit on it, or you?
No time limit, but it's all this discussion back and forth. 10 people probably would have been said what they had to say and gone. But
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a motion to continue this meeting until its conclusion. Do we have a second for that motion?
We already had a second.
We've clarified your motion. I just want to make sure we have a second for that. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
I know what I do.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Okay, Miss Austin.
The motion.
What was it, with or without? Was she
With.
With, all right. Mr. Brewster,
With a motion.
Mr. Castagnoli,
Against the motion.
Mr. Cater,
With, I could be swayed either way, but with, I'll go with it.
Mr. Collegian. Down,
Against.
okay, against. Miss Kearney,
Against.
against. Mr. Mortimer,
I'd be against the motion.
Mr. Moore,
With.
Mr. Sadi.
You're,
I can't see your hand.
you can't see your hand. Go, move. There you go. Down. He's against the
Okay,
motion.
against. And Mr. Chairman Quish.
Mr. Quish?
I'm against the motion.
That's 6-4.
Yeah. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, six against 4.
Okay, so the motion fails. Okay, so the motion fails and the
hearing will be continued.
It will be continued. Okay. Next order of business, liaison reports. We have none. Subcommittee reports, we have subcommittees tomorrow. The regulation subcommittee and the.
Oh, yeah.
They voted not to continue it. One guy.
What do you mean? They got to continue it, right?
Hey,
They're
I'm
not
sorry.
doing-
What is going
David,
on?
David, mute the public.
Yeah.
Okay. So 1 second. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I lost my chair. Where are you, Mr.
I'm
Chair?
here.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Everyone's muted.
So just to explain to the public, there is a requirement, if a meeting is to go past 11 o'clock, 2/3 of the board has to vote in favor of staying past 11. There was a motion made to stay past 11 and it failed to meet the 2/3 requirement. So the application is moved to the next meeting.
Continued. Yes.
It'll be continued.
When is that?
Please.
There we go.
The public is not allowed to speak.
I muted her.
Okay, so we have subcommittee reports. Both the POCD and the regulations subcommittee are tomorrow night. We have the next item of business is approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Chair, can I just make one quick point on the minutes?
Yes.
I didn't receive the phone, like I tried to get into the meeting and was trying to be present, but I'm marked in the minutes as not attending. However, it was more that I couldn't attend the meeting due to the setup of the meeting and the link being wrong. I don't know if there's a way to amend that, but I would love to not be marked as not present based on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I also would like to be noted as I tried to get in for over an hour and I couldn't get in. So I do not want to be marked not present.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that something that we can change in the minutes? Megan put a note, a notation that the whole reason for the meeting being
Well, that's already reflected in the minutes, but I can definitely say that actually, it probably is more appropriate to say that they made that case that they try to get in now, because that's actually happening now. At the time, it's kind of binary. I either see you guys or I don't. So the explanation comes up tonight, so I can certainly put that in tonight's minutes. David, I don't know, or Joe, if you have an opinion on it.
You could put it in tonight's minutes.
Okay, that you made an attempt for an hour to get in and
Well,
couldn't.
no, I think we'll do both. Let's put it in tonight's meeting and put an asterisk
Put an
down
amendment.
that these two folks were in a Zoom meeting that was not properly connected. So they were present in as much as they could be. And so put that as an asterisk as a change in the minutes.
Yeah, as approved by the board. So take a quick vote on the change to the minutes.
Yeah, approval. So somebody make the motion to approve with the adjustment, please.
So moved. So moved. Mr.
Second.
Okay,
Okay.
any dissent?
No.
Without exception. Okay, fine. Chair's report. I want to thank everybody's participation and thank the public for their patience, and with kind of an oddball Zoom electronic meeting schedule. I would like to request from the public that when we have a public meeting that's held open for a specific reason, that you do respect that, because it is something that is substantial in that we kept the public meeting open, and we will keep public meetings open for very specific things. So I would ask some compliance with that in the future. And then we have staff report.
None this evening.
Then we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. Thank
Second.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Take care.
Right.